All right, welcome to the Franchise Time Machine. Oh, let me make sure I can hear myself. All right, there we go. Nolan, thank you for the raid. It's I I can't get over how it's always interesting watching other people build rosters. When I first started watching streams and playing Perfect Team, um, it wasn't so much I wasn't watching roster building, but I was watching people who like explained how roster building works, like Laptop Hound um and Don't Cut the D Block Dragon, and even like Gold Deadball. Doctor Dynastic used to build Gold Deadball rosters, but I thought, oh, this is interesting to me because I'm just learning how to play. But now I've been playing for like over a year and a half, and like I'll still sit there and watch Nolan build rosters. It's still interesting to me. I guess it's that everyone has like a different approach, and so it's Togmado. Thank you for the sub. Not just the sub, but 9 months of subs. Reb Jr., who also just resubscribed. Thank you for being in the chat tonight, raiding in with Nolan. Yeah, Togmado, we've missed you. Hopefully, you'll be able to hang out late nights a little bit more. We're about to fire up Creator Roster again, so looking forward to having you do a Creator Roster run at some point too. In fact, what we're doing tonight is probably one of the last couple of things I want to do before finalizing the rules for Creator Roster and Lowball in OOTP26. In case any of the raiders are new to the stream, or anyone's just kind of getting caught up on our late night streams here, we've had these community games that were really popular in OTP25, but while I was getting ready to test it on stream, we noticed that the player creation engine is working very differently in OOTP26. And it's a good different. The players we get now down to the scrub level definitely feel much more like MLB players. I think the scrub players used to be too bad. But we have to kind of account for those changes in our rules because I don't want the creator roster teams to be too good, and we want to make sure that our lowball teams can be bad enough to be interesting and fun. Let me get caught up on chat here. Holophant says it really is fascinating. Also know you would do it alone. Oh, differently alone versus audience. Oh, that's interesting. I never thought about that. I think when I do my PTCS builds, the only thing that I do differently is I probably do a better job because I have I get help from chat. Specifically, like some of the newer cards that I might be forgetting or overlooking. It's really helpful having people remind me. But as far as my approach, I feel I try to do it as if I would, be doing it on my own anyway. But it is super fun interacting with chat while doing it. Foot for Hand has gotten decent production from average level players so far. Yeah, so I think the main thing we've noticed, and here I'll put this slide up. I did some experiments while designing a different game in OOTP25 where we did teams of all generated at the scrub level, all generated at the bench level, all generated at each level. Now, I say generate that level. We did them in batches of 5. So if I was generating a starting pitcher, I would generate 5, keep my favorite, and delete the other 4. So as a result, we're kind of getting the best of that level. Or as much as like a small sample size of 5 will let you do. And these are the results we got in OOTP25. And you can already see in OOTP26, the players are much better. I should do a 4-team league and generate average players at the different league levels for MLB, A, AA. Yeah, that's an interesting idea, Reb Jr. Or we can add, a certain number of those players to the completely average league. Like that's the league we have set up to do experiments. Or we could just do a takeover of those teams and just replace them because we already have a 4-team league format, and we could just do a takeover like an all MLB level team. Even then, though, we'd have to pick what level we're going to use, right? Because we can generate for MLB and A ball, but we'd probably want to say like, okay, we're going to do all average level. Oh, you said generate average level players. Yeah. Okay. So yeah. That would be interesting. That'd be very interesting. I think the way we do it though, it tends to then push it up a level because we're generating 5 average level players. So maybe, but I also don't want to just generate 26 average level players because that's a lot of RNG. I actually think the way to do it would be to generate 5 at a time, but instead of picking the best one, we pick the most average one, which is doable. We'd have to make sure we're being like pretty rigorous and not putting our finger on the scale. Or maybe to take the like really minimize RNG, make like 10 and pick the one that feels most average. And the star level helps with that, right? Like the AI will it's designed and our histogram showed this that the AI considers 2.5 to be average level, but the problem is what the AI values for star levels is often different from what we value. Yeah, Togmato, I think it would be we take the most kind of stereotypically 2.5 star player we could find, but we'd have to account for the fact that like we probably what we would call 2.5 stars might be different from what the AI calls 2.5 stars. Like for example, the AI puts more weight on defense and stealing than I might. It puts weight on stuff, which I agree with, but I think it tends to underweight home run suppression. Um, but I think the 2.5 stars would probably be close. The problem is like talking about what would be the the metric of that table, right? That you're distributing and taking the middle of. Star level probably is the closest thing, um, but I think though we're getting good enough at assessing generated players to figure out which one kind of fits in the middle. Well, that's true, talking about, except the problem is we'll probably have at least, you know, no doubt we'll have more than one that's 2.5 stars. Now, I guess what we could do is we could go away from the star rating and then go to the 2080 scale and find the one closest to 50. Yeah, you're right. If we just rely on what the AI considers average, then it does take the subjectivity out of it, but it also then takes out what we would do out of it too. Hey, kind of welcome in. So we're just gonna do one more version of this where we did scrub level in OOTP26 compared to 25, bench level, and then average level. I don't know that it makes a ton of sense to do it at the additional good star and legend levels, partly because I'm not necessarily seeing a shift in those levels, but we definitely saw a shift at scrub, and I thought we saw a shift at bench. I actually am not sure we saw a shift at average, other than it seems to be like really going hard at shifting the mode of star levels in each batch to 2.5 stars and whatever ratings it takes to get to 2.5 stars. And we saw that when we did batches of 8,000, where, and I think I can show you one. Let me see if I can find one handy. Yeah, here's one we can look at. Let me find the star rating one, and then I'll put it up on the screen. Okay, here's the star level distribution by level for second baseman. Right, and if you look at the mode, it's 5.0 at legend level. It's still 5.0 at star level, but you can see the tail's getting much thicker. Then the mode drops to 4. But then you can see this huge drop to 2.5. I think because the game's trying to say average is always going to be 2.5. All right. Now there's still a thick tail to the high end, but you see the mode makes a huge jump, a 1.5 point jump down. And if you look at the overall average too, some product. This array and this array divided by 8,000. Right, the average star rating is 4.99. Right, 4.74, 4.07, and then there's a huge drop off to 2.84. I think because they're trying to get average to be 2.5. Right, so that because they're trying to force it to that, you have a big drop, and then 2, and then 1.5. Right, so these make sense, and these make sense, but they're not necessarily linked between good and average. So there's like a weird little gap here between good and average. And again, I'm not saying that's bad. I'm just saying it's helpful to understand how the distribution is working. This is not linear. It's linear-ish up here, and it's linear-ish down here. Right? If you plot these out, which we could do probably. I'm not great at Google Sheets. I'm much better at Excel. But if I were to make a chart out of this, oh, I guess I need. Hold on, let's do this. Let's insert a row. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. Sorry. Let me see. No, not column B. Okay, I can't do this in Google Sheets. Anyway, there's clearly like two linear regions, right? Or near linear regions. Actually, no, this actually drops off a bit sharply here too. Right, but you know what would be interesting if we look at what is the delta here? All right, so you're losing it. You're dropping by a quarter, and then by 0.7, then by 1.2, then by point 0.8, and so there's like this accelerated drop off around average, and then it kind of slows down again. But I think the reason for this is it's trying to force it to the 2.5. Anyway, sorry, I'm kind of sidetracking myself here, but yeah, I think that's an interesting idea, Rev Junior. And I think what Tom Mato's saying is makes sense. Like we're trying to take out any subjectivity out of it. I think also makes sense. Like even what we're doing tonight, there's a lot of RNG and there's a lot of subjectivity because I have to pick players. But we're doing that to make it more comparable to the middle column here of what we did in OOTP 25. So yeah, so we're gonna run this. Let's put the pack giveaway form up, and then we're just gonna edit the one from yesterday. Let's see. Where's... Oh, I guess I don't have one up from before. All right, we're gonna... Okay, here's the bench only one. Let me copy it, and then I'll put it up on the stream. Let me copy it, update the title, and then I'll put it up in the stream. Now this one I'm expecting to be pretty close to what we saw before because I I haven't necessarily seen a big shift in this. I definitely saw the shift in scrub and bench, and I think our results show that. Okay, so we just update this to say average level. And again, anyone who's new to the stream, you don't have to be present to win, so you might as well submit a guess and see how you do. You will get your packs even if you're not here. Now, what episode did we do the average level in OOTP 25? Bear with me for a second. I know this is off screen. Okay, legend level only was 280. Star level only was 277. Good level is 273. Okay, here's average level, 271. And I put in the average, the episode numbers because a lot of my episodes are available on Twitch VOD, and the ones that are not, I try to export to YouTube. I haven't done it in a while though, so I better do it soon, and so I don't lose some episodes there. All right, so let's keep updating this. This is average level, and for average level, that record was, let's see, 107, which is definitely above average. But again, it's because we're cherry picking the best of a group of 5 generated at the average level. So 107 and 55. All right, so scrub level went 11 and 51. And in fact, why don't I just put a screenshot of this in there? Let me see. I don't know if it'll let me paste this in if I just take a screenshot. Oh, I have to upload it as an image. Okay, let me. I can do that. It'll just take a second. Okay, let me upload this. So we've already run the scrub and bench level tests in OTP 25 and 26. I've also included an exhibit below with the OTP 25 and 26. Each player is likely above the nominal level, because we generate 5 players, choose the best, and delete the other 4. So yeah, we've noticed that the player creation engine OTP seems to be producing much fewer 0.5 and 1-star players at scrub and bench levels. It is less clear if there have been any meaningful changes to average level and above. Right? And again, the reason we're doing this test is to see like what changes do we need to make to create a roster lowball. And again, I don't want anyone to think I'm complaining about these changes. I think these are good changes because kind of like Reb Jr. was referring to, right, of like doing this test where we would generate players for different league levels. If you have the minor leagues activated for your save, we have them turned off. So that's why we're not getting that as a choice. But you can ask for an MLB legend level player or a double A good level player, right? And so I think it would be interesting to test that for different levels too. But we also have more than enough to test for just within the MLB level right now, just to get ready for creator roster and lowball. But those would be like some fun, interesting updates to our understanding of this. So yeah, so this is actually great if you are doing a major league level save, because if you ask for a major league scrub, you want a player who's bad but within the major league range of bad. And what we were getting in OTP 25, clearly, right, a team that loses 11 games combined, even though you're taking like you're kind of skimming off the top of the scrub level, right? Taking the best out of every five, and they're only winning 11 games. That's way below major league level. And those players exist because the game also accommodates, like Reb Jr. was talking about, minor leagues, right? Theoretically, like college level players, high school level players, and you need room at the bottom end of the spectrum for them. But you don't necessarily want them if you're asking for like MLB player creation. And so I think it's good that those players have now been taken out of at least the MLB player generation. Right now, you want those players in single A player generation for sure. Because those half star and 1 star players are probably like the bulk of your league at short season minor league ball. But when you're asking for a major league scrub, you don't want a short season scrub, right? You don't want a rookie ball scrub. You want a major league level scrub, which it sounds weird to say, but I think you know what I mean, right? You want Mario Mendoza. You don't want some guy who never made it past A ball. Yeah, Foxel, I don't know that there's much room to move up. So I don't know that we'll continue doing the testing beyond average. Unless average move too, and then I might have to keep going. So the other thing we're doing... Oh, let me update this form here, though. Let's see. We are using the White Sox again, who went 41 and 121. All created at the average level. Well, shoot, Foxhill, now that you say that, I don't know that I can stop. Oh, no, here's why I don't think it's flattened. If I go back to this, and we go to, like, the underlying ratings, like power, right? Here's shortstop power. We're still getting 80 and above power ratings at shortstop, at Legend, and even at Star. So I don't think they've flattened it at all. I think they've just brought up the bottom end. Or actually, I think they've truncated the bottom end. They've basically just said, like, no more half stars and 1 stars in a major league player creation. Here's contact at the shortstop level, right? You still have 80s, 85s, and 90s. Well, actually, to your point, though, Foxhill, I will say the mode seems to have dropped a bit. Like, the fact that Legend mode is at 65 and is the same as Star, that does make me feel like maybe they've capped it a bit at the top end. And again, if we do the sum product here, yeah, this is odd that now we never did this to this level in OOTP25. But, I'm a little surprised that the contact is flat here from Legend of Star, then starts to drop off. Let's see if it does that at power too. The other thing is weird is like it's not that it's weird, but there are these like bimodal areas too. Like there's a second mode up here under average. There's a second mode down here at Legend. I find that interesting too. Well, what happened there? Oh, it doesn't match, that's why. Yeah, you don't have that same kind of artificial capping in power like you kind of see in contact. Right, so there is kind of a more expected trend line here, whereas for contact it does seem artificially capped here. Yeah, so I guess there is a chance that it maybe has flattened a little bit. Dang it, now I might feel like I have to do these at other sims. Or maybe we'll just jump up to Legend and see if Legend has come down at all. The other thing is these are single season runs, right? And so there's going to be some RNG involved. So even if the Legend win total comes down a little bit, I'm okay, chalking that up to RNG. But I don't think anyone can really look at these results and say the jump from 11 to almost 3 times that and the jump from 34 to more than 2 times that is RNG. And that's my concern, is now that we're in the average level, we're already at 107 wins. How much higher or lower can we go and have it not feel like RNG? But I'm curious to see if people are going to be thinking that the win total is actually going to be higher or lower than the 107. Because the 107 is already such a big jump from the 34 at bench level. And, you can't make that kind of jump from 75 in OOTP26. So I'm kind of interested to see where people's heads are at for that. And our tiebreaker's been working really well. Last night was really fun, I think, trying to break the ties for second place. And yeah, so here are the results so far. I'm giving everyone this in their pack away forms, so you're kind of caught up at the highest level. OOTP login ID, as always, it's case sensitive, so please be careful with that. Oh, Fox Hill is seeming pretty confident about his guesses tonight. So I created this one form that we can use at all levels, right? So it's going to start as if we're playing lowball. Will this team have an OT game score of 1? I think at this point, probably no. Will it have the lowest regular season win percentage in the majors? Will it have the worst in its sub-league, which in this case is the AL? Will it be last in its division? Will it have a regular season win percentage below 500? Will it make the playoffs? Will it win its division? Will it make the World Series? Will it win the World Series? And then the final question in the Survivor style section is how many regular season games will this team win? And this is the only numerical question here because I think it's the most important one. Now we're only going to pick the winner through this. And if there is no winner, then everyone goes into the numerical tiebreak section. But I apologize if you finish second in the survival style section. You go back into the pool with everybody else for the numerical section, which is determined by who gets the most answers closest. And so there's a bunch here around the ranking of this team. Now for scrub level is easy. There are lots of 30th rankings. At bench level is a lot more challenging, and the guesses were surprisingly good. Now that we're at average level, I mean, who knows? We might have a bunch of single-digit rankings. But these are what you get when you hover over a team in the standings. Runs scored, batting average, home runs, and then defensively ERA, strikeouts thrown, and defensive efficiency. Then we ask some high-low questions for batting average, OPS, and then just highest strikeout percentage for batters. And then for pitchers, we have highest and lowest ERA, highest and lowest WHIP, and then the highest home runs per 9. Now, these home runs per 9 and strikeout percent numbers should come down as we go to higher levels in the player generation. But, well, Fox Hill, you can always watch the VODs. The VODs are up on Twitch. All right, so I think this form. The good thing about this form is we've used it a bunch of times now, so all the quality control that I usually mess up should be corrected by now. So let me open up this form and I will put it in the chat. Good luck, everybody. All right, link to form for tonight's 10-pack giveaway. And also, it does sound like, and I think Smiley Face Jane popped in here briefly in the chat too, but we are going to be rating the Smiley Face Jane at the end of our stream tonight. And if you haven't heard, you can now get your drops from Smiley Face Jane, an OOTP affiliate streamer, Smiley Face Jane. So welcome to the affiliate OOTP affiliate streaming community, Smiley Face Jane. Let me pin that to the chat. And let's give a shout out. You can go ahead and follow now. You might as well. If you aren't already, you might as well start following. Yes, now now Smiley Face Jane has the rookie duty of carrying our bags. For the longest time, Max was the last one in, so he had to carry all of our luggage every time we're on a road trip. As rookies are made to do. So yeah, give Smiley Face Jane a follow. You now can get drops from watching. And before, you just watch Smiley Face Jane to learn roster building and tournament drafting from the Perfect Team GOAT. Now you can learn those things and get drops. So the stream elements email after the stream was so funny. Your follower increase compared to last stream was 4,000%. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. I'm sure even a rookie Michael Jordan had to carry people's bags. It's what rookies have to do. Well, if you think they're going to win the division, then you would just put 0. Because they will not be behind. They will be 0 games behind. All right, so I think we should... No, because when you're the division leader, they usually put a hyphen next to your name because you're not behind. You are 0 games behind. You are 0 games behind yourself. So if you believe they will win the division, then you would be 0 games behind yourself. Yeah, it's my fishing. I wasn't going to make that joke, but I'm glad you did. I always thought that was a funny saying. When someone says they can hold their own. All right, so I think with that, we can go ahead and start building the team. Am I in any tournaments that we should be peeking in at, by the way? Let me take a quick look. I think as of right now, I think I'm knocked out of everything. I had a pretty good couple of days, though. Can the form answers contradict itself? Can you give an example? Yeah, I mean, on the survivor style section, you just have to make sure you survive to the next round. If you get too cute, you might knock yourself out before you get to the. Yeah, I mean, you could try that, but if everyone else puts 0 and you don't, and you do win the division, you will be one further away than everybody else, so you will get knocked out. Oh no! The games behind is not in the survival style section, so you can do whatever you want. You can do whatever you want in the part that's not survivor style. It's just if you try to get too cute in the survival style section, you will probably end up outsmarting yourself. Monday Night History lesson. How far along is that one? Let me see if it just fired or something. We won't keep tabs on it, but Spy Face Jane and I had a crazy series earlier today. That was a lot of fun. I actually don't even know who won it because I had to go pick up the kids. Oh, this is a best of 9, so it's still going on. This is a long one. Okay, this is Monday Night History lesson. And we're in round 3, but it's a best of 9, so it's taking forever. So we already have 10 clubhouse stars. If we can advance to the next round, we'll get 25. Who is Marble Hill Bridge? Deep to left is the manager. Ah, Max, good luck. Semis and Gold Rush. Nice job. So yeah, does anyone know Deep to Left? I don't know them, but let's see. In round 1, we played Wilkes-Barre Wicker Baskets, an Al Kuiper team. We beat them 5-3. And then in round 2, the Towncho Tin Caps, an Ian W team. And now we're playing the Marble Hill Bridge team. Is anyone from the chat in this tournament too? Let's see if I recognize any logos. Oh, there's a logo I recognize. We got knocked out in round 2. We got knocked out by... Oh, Dallas Skyline Sluggers. We've seen Skyline Sluggers in the chats. Mostly, I think, in Dr. Dynastics chat. And they are 2-0 in the next round. So I feel better about losing to them. Kynan was in it for 8 games. Oh, is Dallas an Iron tournament player? Okay. Nice. We'll just see what this latest download is, and then we'll go ahead and start drafting. Oh, we fell behind 2 games to 1. We lost 3-2. Oh, that's rough. That's a close game. No run scored after the 5th inning. All right, well, the good thing is a 9-game series, so we have time to turn it around. How well rested are they? I'm kind of curious to see. All right, they're like us. They had 1 game rest. Oh, they also played... They played Gym Unknowns in round 1. Who forgot to put in their roster? The Dayton Dragons. Seabach. I don't know who Seabach is, but they didn't submit a roster. They didn't draft. They didn't draft. Which happens. So happy that wasn't you. So the funny thing is, last night we were looking at a league team that was mostly Gym Unknowns, which I've never seen before. Because usually you need your starter packs give you enough to at least have a roster. But this was a team of gym, and it wasn't Max LP 80 using OOTP Go. Sorry, Max, I couldn't resist. All right, so let's go ahead and start up these player creations. Max probably isn't even listening anymore. It's fine. All right, so this was the all bench save. We're gonna go ahead and create a new one. We'll use our create a roster quick start. It's the same run environment. Did anyone watch the Warriors Rockets game tonight? Pretty tight one. And two teams I find very annoying, but you know what? The Rockets are so annoying, I was actually rooting for the Warriors, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe I was rooting for that team, but that's how annoying the Rockets are. All right, we're gonna take over the White Sox. Fox Hill said you can sell down to 22. Yeah, I assume they did a quick sell or something, like a mass quick sell or something. But yeah, I don't know how they managed to do it, because I think even if you have a reserve, the AI will pull those players in. So I was really surprised to see that. Who is Reb Jr.? Are you talking about the RBI record? Brandon Nimmo? Who I think I did not play in PT Live? Oh, Kynan. Maybe they did feed them to a variant. That's because you can feed locked players too. So maybe the feeding. Yeah, maybe. But it was interesting though, because we looked at their history and the team was 81 and 81 the previous season. Yeah, I think it was 9 RBI. Oh! I just looked at the headline. I didn't realize this within 3 innings. That's crazy. Talkmato, also make sure you didn't start the Nationals starting pitcher. Yeah, Sly Face J though, when it comes down to Quan versus Nimmo, and Nimmo's a gold, I don't blame you for taking the free Quan. I mean, this is like such a out of the norm event. I don't. If you're playing Nimmo looking for this, you're gonna lose in the long run. It was like when I used to play a lot of poker, and I'm like, okay, you keep calling with that. I just hope I'm here enough times that it evens out. Yeah, remember, we're decision oriented here, not outcome oriented, right? You made a good decision based on the information you had at the time. And then you just have to ignore the fact that, you missed out on 9 RBI. I believe I missed out on those RBI as well. But as a Mets fan, I'm very happy to see that. Yeah, exactly, Takmedo. It's also why I don't understand when people complain about the perfect team simulation engine. If you think you figured out it's doing something poorly, then adjust your strategy to take advantage of that. Like, it's part of the game. Just treat it like part of the game. Just like when you realized, you know, PBABIP is more important than it was last year. If you think there's some, if you think it's going to be Moonball, then steer into that skid. I don't know why people complain about it. In fact, it should be the opposite. Instead of complaining about it, you should be keeping it to yourself, running a new strategy around that, and then like reap the benefits. No one was complaining. PBAP is so much more important now. They're like, no, they were redesigning their rosters around it. Anyway, but yeah, Togbedo, like, yeah, I never complained when a fish got lucky at the table. I just sure hoped they didn't walk away before I got my chance to land that hook for sure. And of course, there's nothing more disappointing when they suck out on you at the river and they walk away right after that hand. Oh, Takvedo had Nimmo on one team. That's awesome. Oh, Spyface Jane, that's interesting. I only run free relievers because they're so unpredictable. Reb Jr. has sour memories of your last poker outing. Was up 1,200 and lost 4 straight hands. Set over set. Oh, that's brutal. I don't know. I feel like Otani's one of those players who's good enough that that I would just keep running him. But yeah, it does. Yeah, if that's what you usually do, then you did probably get a little too cute. All right, let's adjust our manager options here, and then let's go clear out our roster. Say goodbye to all of your beloved 2024 Chicago White Sox. Every time you use him, he goes over. Yep, he's not having. Is he having a terrible season though? Let me look him up. Because it seems like oh wow, he's the only player where I type in Shohei Ohtani stats, it doesn't pull up BREF first. That's crazy. I mean, he seems okay. He's hitting. He's got a 908 OPS. He's hitting 286 with 6 bombs. 159 OPS plus. I mean, it seems like pretty Otani-ish to me. He's batting like a normal. I don't know. 906 OPS is. Wouldn't call that normal. That's still pretty good. Yeah, right. Normal for Otani, right? So you want him to keep upping himself every year. 3 dingers a game where he's benched, or some a combination of 3 of stolen bases or home runs per game. All right, so we let ourselves go in whatever order we want here. Again, a reminder of something that's in the pack giveaway form. we are not playing creator roster, so I am allowing myself to go in whatever position order I want. I am letting myself look at the choices if I want to. This is a different experiment. It looks and feels like creator roster because we're doing 5 at a time, but I'm giving myself a lot more latitude. Partly because this started as just a scrub level experiment in OOTP25, and I figured I would need every advantage I could get. And then for consistency, I felt like I had to keep the rules the same. And so that's why it's not just create a roster rules. So if you're new to creating players or importing players to the game, you have to be in commissioner mode. Or, sorry, you can't be in challenge mode. And you might have to be in commissioner mode. You go to your manager pull down, you go to GM and manager actions, and then sign a free agent. And it's from this free agency screen that you can go either create fictional players or import historical players. And let's just make sure there's no one in here. Yeah, it's empty. And we'll start with our pitching staff. Oh, average level is going to feel like such a treat after scrub and bench level. Oh, yeah, look at this. A 3.5 star? Are you kidding me? No control below 45. Oh, this is nice. This is nice. All right. Now, low stuff is pretty rough. Almost as bad as low contact, but 80 control, 60 home run suppression. I can't pass it up. So we're going to go Victor Sequeiros. And that's a righty in our rotation already. Now, this is something new in OOTP26. We are back now to having a variety of pitcher profiles. These pitchers look a lot more like what EVC picked for his team when he set the record early in the cycle. When his record held for so long, one of the things we did on stream was we went back and looked at his roster, like the individual players. And he had a lot more of these like profiles that we weren't seeing anymore. In late cycle OOTP25, everyone was super high stuff. And then like you found HRA, PBABIP, and control where you could. But until you got to lower levels, they were all still there. Control dropped off a lot at the lower levels. But everyone had like 70, 80, 85 stuff. And that's not what EVC's pitching staff looked like. So somewhere during OOTP 25, the pitcher generation also seemed to have undergone some kind of change. And now it's gone back to getting a variety of different profiles like this profile. We weren't seeing this profile in late OOTP 25 anymore. It's great that these different profiles are back. I really like that. Because frankly, it's a lot more like real baseball, where you might have, one flamethrower, one junk ball pitcher, a couple of innings eaters, right? And you're not going to have all 80 stuff and then 55 HRA, PBABIP, and control, right? You're not going to have 5 identical pitchers, which is kind of what we were starting to get. Now, even though these are all average level, we're going to put average because it helps us find us in some of the reports. It helps us find our players. And I realized that when I wasn't doing that, it made some of our players harder to find. All right, so we have got a righty that's a home run suppression control guy. All right, now here, right, you see, look, right off the bat, you have 2 very different profiles. Low stuff, super high control. High stuff, lower home run suppression and control. And then you've got a couple of kind of middle of the road profiles. And the interesting thing here is these are all lefties. The 25 stuff is actually pretty hard to pass up. Except for the fact that it's balanced out by a 35 control boost and a 10 home run suppression boost. And at the average level, this profile, although muted, did surprisingly well. So we're going to try it again. Now, it's a little bit of a repeat of the righty we just took. I would have taken Micah Culberson in a heartbeat if the home run suppression had been a little higher. Because I do want to have some stuff in the starting rotation too, but we'll take Zach Miller. Just because, who was that guy last night? He was the control guy, and he was third in the league in ERA. So there's a little bit of recency bias influencing my decision here, but no, I think I might have forgotten to hit enter. No, I did. If you don't hit enter after updating a name, it won't save it. All right, let's do another start. We'll just do our starting rotation. Get that out of the way. And actually, you might do the whole pitching staff up to pitcher 12, and then we'll build our lineup and then decide where do we want our. Do you want to go 14-12 or 13-13? We'll decide that after we do 13 batters. And also after we kind of know what our pitching staff looks like. Now with Scrub, we went 13 pitchers because they were so bad that we knew we need the extra arm. Now I'm kind of regretting not taking that high stuff pitcher when we had the chance. But in this case, we're going to go flattest profile, least splitty, and highest stamina. I'm a little concerned there's another lefty, but Mario Medrano. Now, this is repeating a theme we saw at the bench level, which was the batters were, I felt, significantly better than the pitchers. All right. 2 more starting pitchers. All right, we got some 50 stuff guys. Unfortunately, none of the 50 stuff come with 50 control, but 45 control is not bad. Now, Casey Roberts has more stamina, but I feel like I gotta go with the 5 more home run suppression here. Now, the problem is that's another lefty. Jeez. Maybe we go up here with Nick Rosendahl then. At least we get a righty. We get a little more stamina. We lose 5 stuff, but we gain 5 control. And we get a righty. Or we could take Casey Roberts with the 50 stuff, but I worry about giving up the home run suppression here. Yeah, you know what? I don't know. Don't really want to roll the dice on this guy. We're going to go Rosendahl. Actually, what do his pitches look like? Okay, 3 average pitches and a minus cutter. And Casey Roberts is... Oh, that changeup's going to get rocked. So yeah, let's go Rosendahl. The problem with a pitcher having a bad pitch in base game is the AI is still going to throw that pitch. And we saw that when we did some experiments with pitch quality. Bade Billy. We have a nickname. I don't know what Bade even means. BAID. Okay, I believe this is starting pitcher number 4. So we got one more. Bade means. Oh, did it say bald? I thought it said Bade. No, that's an I. That's definitely an I. That's an I right there. Oh, are you saying that Bade is slang for bald? Oh yeah, no, there's definitely a space there between the I and the dot. When you said that though, I thought, oh, I must have completely misread that, but all right, these hopefully the batters will be better. If bench level was any indication, the batters were significantly better at bench level. Okay, now here it is. We go 60 stuff with 30 control, or 40 stuff with 75 control. Or do we go flat and go Jason Sullivan? But then that's another lefty. And if we trust the experiments said control is not as important. But man, 30 is so low. The other thing, the combination of stuff and control, like if those points were equal, and I'm not saying they are, is 90. The combination of 40 and 75 is 115. Do I really want to give up 25 total quality points to get more stuff? I don't think I can. Like, just philosophically, to give up that many points feels wrong. All right, I'm going with Zach Kelly. It might come back to bite me, but and look, we've seen low stuff pitchers in the base game get crushed before. I just the idea of taking that many fewer profile points. Part of me though wants to take him just to see how he does, see how much the stuff actually helps. Okay, we're gonna take Mancuso as an experiment. My gut tells me to take Zach Kelly. And you know, we have some Zach Kelly lookalikes on the staff already. Right, we've got, you know, Miller kind of looks like that. Sikeros is like the really good version of that. So let's try out a Randy Mancuso type here. For the good of the stream, I'm taking Randy Mancuso against my better judgment. All right, so that's our starting pitching staff. Our starting rotation, I should say. So we went high control, we went high stuff, and then we went with a couple flat profiles. So this will be a little experiment within experiment to see how these profiles work. All right, now we got 3 righties and 2 lefties. Now I want to make sure we have at least 2 lefties in the bullpen. And our player generation test showed that you're twice as likely to get a lefty at the reliever level than at the closer level. And that's compounded because you're generating 5. So we're going to do a couple of reliever rounds to try to get a good lefty. Now that it was, I think, 25% lefty at the reliever level and 12.5% lefty at the closer. And that was consistent across levels. Now the problem is 5 is a pretty small sample size. We collected that data over 8,000 samples. So we can still get unlucky here and still get all righties. Because it is a small sample size. But let's see what we get. And we got 4 lefties. Yes. Alright, let's see. I want someone not too splitty, because the league is mostly righty. I like this stuff. So no one has 50 stuff and 50 control. And I like the stamina. I like the lack of splittiness. Now, I like the velocity better here from Malcolm, but I want a lefty while I can get one. So we're going to go Rodolfo Perez. Yeah, Takmedo, I believe that's probably what they're doing. And when I saw that the numbers are roughly 25% and 12.5%, I was like, this is clearly like a decision that was made. And so I believe what you're saying is probably what was in their minds when they did that. So it didn't feel unrealistic to me at all. And it was nice to see that like there was even that much thought put into it. I thought that was cool. Because they could have just as easily said, okay, you know, X% of major league pitchers are left-handed and just run with it. I really like that they put that much thought into it and did it by the roll. All right, let's see if we can get another lefty here. Okay, we're not going to go 65 stuff, 35 control, but I will consider 60 stuff, 45 control. Not too splitty. Everyone's got the same stamina. He's actually got lower velo than this 55 stuff guy. So it's probably due to pitch selection here. 65 curveball, 80 cutter. This is 80 fastball, 65 slider. So higher velo but lower stuff. So we're going to go with Hector Garcia here. Not too splitty. You like Felix? Yeah, I can't do that 35 control. And I don't want to deal with that much splittiness because I don't trust the AI to run that splittiness the right way. If I were managing all the games, I would have taken Felix, I think. Oh, yeah. No, Takmedo, the split is intriguing if you're managing the team, I think. Yeah. But for what we know we need to deal with, I think Hector's the guy. Yeah, that split was amazing, right? 80-50. All right, let's get this guy in here. So we got a righty-lefty. I am going to go reliever until we get one more lefty. And then we'll check out a couple closers. Ooh, this is a wild range of profiles here. Check this out. These pictures are all over the place. Even the one lefty I kind of like, he's so splitty. You know who's not splitty? Is this Nuke Lelouch guy. Cody Lelouch, 70 stuff, 20 control. I almost want to take him just to see what happens. 70 stuff, 20 control. I mean, the guy I really want is Alex Martinez, but the splittiness concerns me a little bit. I can chicken out and take super flat Alex Ortiz and just wait to get a less splitty lefty in the next round. And again, what it gets down to is I don't trust the AI to deploy the a splitty pitcher the right way. Ortiz has the same stuff as Martinez. Oh, VR. No, that's true. That is true, Smiley Face Jane. That's a good point. That's a very good point. So really, I'd just be gaining upside. Yeah, I need to look at it as I'm gaining upside versus lefties. Okay, Smiley Face Jane, sold. That is a very good argument. And that's why Smiley Face Jane is the GOAT, and I just run experiments. That is a really good way to look at it, Smiley Face Jane. Thank you for that. That's great. We are going with Alex Martinez. Oops. All right. All right, so we got two lefties. Let's run a couple closers and just see what we get. They don't have to stay closers. Nothing in our analysis said that closers were generating any differently than relievers, other than that lefty righty mix. I kind of went in expecting that there might be like a little more stuff. Just like when you generate first baseman, you get a little more top end power at the legend level than other positions. I thought maybe we get a little more stuff at the higher levels, but it didn't really seem that way when we cut the data. Well, now here's a good lefty. 50 stuff, 45 control. Although Jesus seems pretty safe here with the 50 home run suppression and the 50 control. I think I'm looking Edgar, Jesus, or Jacob. Between Jacob and Edgar, I think if they're both 50 stuff and one has 50 control and higher home run suppression, we're going Edgar. Between Edgar and Jesus, we're basically trading 5 stuff for 5 home run suppression. I think we're going to go Edgar here. All right, let's do another closer here. Oops. Here we go. Average age, average level. Oh, look at this guy. All green. 55 stuff, 50 home run suppression, 50 PBAT, 50 control, and 40 stamina. Clayton Rosenkrantz. Definitely coming on this team. Nice. Very nice. All right. That makes me want to run at least one more closer before we go back to the relievers. All right. Let's see. Oh, no, we're not saving the game. We're going back to the free agency pool. closer again. Average age. Bench level. Oh, no, not bench. We're doing average tonight. 5 of these. Oh, 55 control is tempting. But so is 50 home run suppression. And the question is 5 home run suppression worth 10 control? And 10 stamina? And I don't think it is. So I'm going to go Josh Hopkins. Now, surprisingly, we did get a couple lefties in this batch. Despite what we know, what happens at the level of 8,000 closers generated. But I don't like any of these lefties as much as I like Josh Hopkins with his 55 control. Now, he does bat lefty. Talk Beto, I hope you're saying that in the spirit of Ezra Denny. Yeah, so I think let's check out our bullpen now. If we sort by position, we get our starters on top. Here's our bullpen. We don't have a ton of control, but we do have 2 guys with at least average stuff and average control, or 3 guys. And we do have 1 60 stuff guy whose control isn't yeah, talking about same thing. Yes. Well, I think Ezra as a Jewish person himself has an easier time saying that nickname than I do. Even though it is in BREF, it is a matter of historical record. Yeah, so I think we're good. I think we're going to go to 12 and decide later if we're going to go to 13 pitchers or not. And we've got two starters who are lefty. We've got 2 relievers who are lefty. Now, normally if I go 8 relievers, I like to have at least 3 lefty and then 5 righty. So let's generate 1 more relief pitcher instead of a closer and try to get a lefty. It's why I was considering those lefty closers. They just weren't better than the righty closers. So I figured we can dip into the reliever pool again and see what we get. Ooh, these are pretty good. And the lefty has the high stuff. So the top control guy is Willie Ramos. We can get 10 more stuff for 5 less control. Which that is a trade I will make and get a lefty. I will take that trade. Yes, for sure. So Eric Underwood is our guy. Let's see. Editor, let's add him to the team. Oh, we have to add average to his name, and we are good to go. Okay, so now let's start generating some batters. We have leeway to add another pitcher or go to 14 batters. And this pitching staff, I think, is actually decent enough and has enough stamina in the bullpen. These 45 and 40 stamina guys. enough stamina in the rotation that we could potentially stay with 12 pitchers. So this feels like the first time where we actually have a legit option to go 14 batters if we have to. All right, so let's start with catchers. We know we need 2 of them. All right, we're going to switch to the batter view. Ooh, oh my goodness. 80 contact, 80 BABIP. We have a dead ball catcher in our midst here. I mean, how do I not take this guy? 80 contact, 80 BABIP. And he's a 55 defender. He's not bad behind the plate. And frankly, if he was bad behind the plate, I would still have taken him as a DH. Jeff Vincent, welcome in. That is insane. Does this guy even have a comp? Like, is this Joe Mauer? That's the only one I can think of as like a comp. Oh yeah, sorry. 80 contact, 80 BABIP. That's a crazy profile. I can't wait to see what this guy does. Bresnahan. All right, let's do another catcher. Also, what way did that guy bat? Oh, Edgar Benitez. We need to add average to your name. Okay, I did label Jeff Vincent. He is a right-handed batter. I mean, we're not going to platoon this guy, though, are we? How splitty is he? Yeah, he's not splitty. We're basically looking for... I mean, we need a second catcher. I just really... we'll just take the best player available. But Jeff Vincent's our catcher. I can't imagine we're going to draw a better one. Whoa, we got an 80 power guy here. I mean, we could take him and we can use him at DH until our catcher needs a rest. He's splitty VR, so VL he can be resting and waiting to back up the catcher. Looking through Fangraph's career numbers, you think Deacon White would be a decent comp for... Okay. Yeah, that high average, low I, though, definitely feels like low ball. High contact, low power, low I feels like low ball. But we'll take this 80 power catcher to go with our super high average catcher. So I think what I'd like to do is have our Deacon White clone catch every day. This guy's splitty enough that I want him DHing probably versus righties. And then resting versus lefties so that he can then sub for our other catcher when the other catcher needs rest. right, so we got 2 catchers. Let's go. Let's generate a couple shortstops and see if we can start filling in our infield. Now, one thing we learned is that, at least at legend level, the batting at most infield positions, or at least up the middle, second and short, was not that different by position, but the position flexibility was. Less than 5% K and walk rate for Deacon White and only 23 career home runs. There you go. That sounds like an excellent comp to me. So we're going to generate some shortstops, basically looking for middle infielders and maybe even a third baseman. And again, this is a huge advantage we get that you don't get playing creator roster. Okay, we have a 4.5 star. Oh, another 80 contact, 80 BABIP guy. How can I resist? He could be a 55 second baseman too. So, you know, I don't want a 45 shortstop, but a 55 second baseman with 80 contact, 80 BABIP, that sounds good to me. So we're going to take Rick Devers and move him to second base. Although it does pay me to pass up on the name Ubaldo Banditelli. That is a fantastic name, but Rick Beavers is on our team. And he will be a second baseman on our team. Is it NSFW? Devers? Oh, you heard Beavers? To be fair, maybe I might have said... there's a chance I might have said Beavers. Now that you mention it, there is a chance. There's a non-zero chance that I may have said that. Alright, we're going to change... yeah, I almost said it just now, so I probably did say that. And then he will train up to be a 55 second baseman. So for those of you who are not aware, the emote that Smiley Face Jane used is one of mine. I have a team of the dirtiest sounding names from Major League history that we sim every once in a while, and I will be bringing that back for OOTP26. In fact, I learned a new one this week, or I guess it must have been last week now. Bill Dingus is in BaseballReference.com. I was very excited to learn that. All right, we're going to do another batch of shortstops. All right, so no really peak offensive ratings this time around. Now, the 65 contact gets my attention. The 55 defense gets my attention. Now, this is a defensive Swiss Army knife. He can train up to be a 65 at second, a 60 at third, and a 55 at short. Above average contact, average power. This might be a really good backup guy. And again, everyone's average level, so we can grab our backups whenever we find them. All right, 60 contact, 50 eye, or 65 contact, 50 eye. Also interesting. Okay, this is a Swiss Army knife who can't field, but does have a pretty good bat. Now, he's not a better second baseman than our 80 contact, 80 BABIP guy. And he's not as good of a hitter, so he's not going to be a second baseman for us. Now, Mike Solis has 60 contact, 60 eye, and 70 steal to go with the 50 power they all have, except for John Vance. And he's also a Swiss Army knife who can stand in a lot of positions. I don't know, again, this is where the AI star rating and I disagree. I believe he's a 4.5 because of the combination of contact and eye, and the stealing. The AI does tend to like stealing. I'm going to take Cam Lee to be our utility infielder, though. He is a plus defender in all 3 infield spots and is a plus bat. So we're going to take Cam Lee. And if we don't do any better, he can start somewhere. I feel like this is a lucky pull because now our defensive coverage is going to be good enough that we can go 13 batters if we want to. And that's such a good role to have filled in this early. Because now we can start going best bats. All right, let's generate another shortstop before we maybe switch over to third base. All right, the top bat here is Jeff Davidson for sure. And he's a decent fielder. The top fielder is Chris Watts. He's a shortstop only. Jeff Davidson can play second and third. We can use the third baseman. His arm is very good. His turn double play will be wasted a little bit at third, but that's where we have a spot open. And if we don't find a better shortstop, he can also potentially be our shortstop. And I feel like this is the best bat of the bunch. Highest contact, highest BABIP, highest power, second highest eye. Now he's splitty against lefties, but he's still good versus righties. So we'll go Jeff Davidson. So actually, we now have a third baseman. So if we want to, we can do another shortstop. Because I think this guy is actually probably going to be our third baseman. And I think Cam Lee is best suited to be our backup infielder. So let's try one more time to get a starting shortstop. Ooh, 80 power. Oh, he can even play left and right. He's not good anywhere, but he's got a huge bat. His power split is actually not that splitty, too, which is nice. So then what might potentially happen is Davidson moves to short, where he'll still be a 50. And then Trevor Hall could go to third. He does have the arm for it. He can train up to be a 50. But I can't pass up this bat. We are getting some sick players at average level tonight. All right, we're taking him. I think that's the plan, and we'll do. All right, let's go outfielders. I think I want to generate one more shortstop, but let's make sure we get our outfielders first. So for now, Trevor Hall is going to be our third baseman. And Jeff Davidson will be our shortstop. The K percentage for him will be high. That is true. So let's see. Let's start filling in our lineup here a little bit. Jeff Vincent's our catcher versus both. And our
Uh, DH versus righties is going to be Lancaster. And then Devers at second. And then Hall at third. He's not very splitty. Now, Davidson ideally will be our V left shortstop. We could potentially look for a VR shortstop. So I'll leave that open for now. And Cam Lee is our backup. Now, he's a switch hitter. He could potentially be... No, Davidson's still better than him VR. So he's definitely your backup. What I like about Cam Lee is he can be 55 plus at every infield spot. So he's our guy there. So let's generate a first baseman. Oh, no. Let's do outfield. Some of our outfielders might be able to play first base. Now, one thing we did learn is the bats are not different across the outfield positions, but the fielding is. So we're going to start with a few center fielders. Oh, my. A power eye center fielder. Hopefully he can play left or right field. Yeah, it'll be painful while he trains up, but he'll be a good left fielder. How splitty is he? He's a little splitty, but not terribly so. And his pro side split is versus righties. Oh, shoot. Training is not on. I thought that only, I think you're right. I thought that only affected pitching and batting ratings. But I think fielding is considered a batting rating. So I think you're right. He may never train up. Oh. Oh, betrayed by the training during development being turned off. Oh. You know what, though? He's still a serviceable right fielder. So we could put him in right. I think you're right, though, Sci-Fi, because development is off. He may never develop as a left fielder. I mean, the other way we could go is this contact BABIP guy, but his fielding is just as bad. Well, the difference is he could be a plug-and-play left fielder right now. But, I mean, 80 power, 85 eye. I'm not going to pass that up. We're going to take Chris Espicia. Espicia. These are average level pool players. It's crazy. All right, let's do another center fielder. Oh, actually, let's go ahead and slot him in. I think he's good enough. Oh, I didn't hit enter after changing his name. I believe he is good enough to play VR VL for now. And because development is off, we will have to start him in right field. Ideally, we train him up to be that 55 left fielder. But if Smiley Face Jane is right, and I believe she is, he will remain a 25 left fielder. And we can't have that, so... All right, let's do some more center fielders. Oh my goodness, another 80 contact, 80 BABIP guy? And he can play first base? And we don't have a first baseman yet? And he's definitely better versus righties, but even VL, he's pretty good. His eye is better versus lefties, and he still rakes. Oh, welcome first baseman, Jose Velasquez. Again, these are benefits we get that we don't get playing creator roster. And we're getting some sick bats. I think Fox Hill is right. We're gonna have to do the rest of this, the rest of the levels, because this average team is crazy. I mean, I generated a center fielder. We get an 80 contact, 80 BABIP first baseman. I'm getting very sloppy about not hitting enter after I make name changes. Okay, that is huge. That solves a really big question we had around first base. Oh, sorry. And he can back up in center field, which is pretty awesome. Okay, we need more outfielders though, so let's generate another center fielder. Oof, 80 power, 60i, 75 power, 60i. They both have 50 center field defense, which is in OTP is pretty good. And look at this. He's not too splitty. He can still mash righties. Let's look at Dan Orms. He's a lefty. He's much splittier. Yeah, he mashes righties too, but I like that Miguel Gonzalez rakes versus both. And they're all 50 defenders, so let's take Miguel Gonzalez. And he's good enough in center that we can leave him there for now. But he'll be a sick left fielder if we get a better center fielder. All right, come on. Plus defense in center field. Or at least plus range in center field. That would be, I would take that. Oh, 255 center fielders. 65 outfield range for both of them. And one of them has 75 power. I'll take that over the 60 contact from the other defensive center fielder. Now, it is a little splitty. He's going to mash righties, a little less so versus lefties. Yeah, I mean, he's definitely better versus righties, but he's not. This is a guy we can just move down the lineup versus lefties. We don't necessarily have to bench him. So Gonzalez becomes my left fielder. And Critchfield becomes my center fielder. Wait, what happens to Espita? Espita is my right fielder. But again, my first baseman, left fielder, center fielder, and right fielder all generated as right fielders. Or generated as center fielders, sorry. All right, now I would like to have a VR shortstop. So let's generate another shortstop now that our outfield starters are in place. Oh, I forgot to delete these guys. Come on, lefty hitting shortstop. Arky Vaughn style. Two switch hitters. 60 defense, 75 contact. Come on, Danny Rodriguez. Be my VR shortstop. He's better VL, but he's good versus both. And he's a better fielder than the one we already have. 60 shortstop. So we're going to take Danny Rodriguez. Top fielder, top contact. Second best BABIP. Doesn't have the eye or power, but we got to take this guy. I mean, they're average level players. I mean, there are going to be holes in their profiles. So far, it's been power and eye. You could use Seahawks. You can use decimals or whole numbers. I'll figure it out. I think the decimal is probably like more clear. But yeah, I usually don't penalize people. Now, if you put like 3.45, I don't know how it would take that, but that's a fair question for sure. All right, let's get this guy on the team and let's get him in as our starting shortstop. I'm pretty sure I like him better than Davidson, even VL. Well, actually, Davidson has some power, though, VL. God, this is interesting. This is a weird, interesting trade-off. So VL, I actually think I like Davidson's power, even though it's also Rodriguez's stronger side. And then VR, I think I actually still like Davidson. Although I don't know, that contact is tempting. Yeah, Davidson's more balanced for sure. So I'm keeping Davidson VL for sure. I mean, 15 more power and 10 more eye versus 10 more contact. You know what Davidson can do, though, is he can be my VLDH. Oh, no, wait. Davidson's the better. Sorry, Rodriguez is the better shortstop. So Davidson becomes my VLDH. Rodriguez becomes my VL shortstop. And then I think Davidson is my VR shortstop. Although I don't know, the problem is Rodriguez is the better fielder. Way higher range, error, and turn double play. So I think because of the glove, then Gonzalez also, or Rodriguez also plays shortstop versus righties because he's a superior fielding shortstop. Okay, so now we have two, four, six infielders. Let's get at least another outfielder. If we could find like a Cam Lee equivalent for the outfield where he can play all the positions well, our utility backup outfielder, that would be fantastic. Well, this guy is a good hitter, and oh, look at this contact eye combination. He's a terrible fielder, though. VLDH should be competing with Davidson. Five more contact and 15 more eye, but Davidson has 20 more power. So Davidson's still better. I can't believe I might turn down this bat, but he doesn't. Oh, wait, sorry. Oh, Davidson's a shortstop. I'm looking for outfielders. Oh, no, no. Because I was looking as DH. I was looking as DH. So what are my other options here? What are my fielding options? Philbin. I can't train him up in right field because development's off. Thank you, Smiley Face Jane, for reminding me that. Danny Garcia. Okay, Danny Garcia is my utility guy. Even without training up, he's a 55-50-50 outfielder. So he's plug and play as a sub. And he's a plus bat still, 55 contact, average power, average eye, but plus contact. Carter's a slightly better bat, but worse glove. And Schlappman also gives me first base, but the bat's not great. Do I have a backup first baseman right now? I don't. That actually makes Schlappman a little more appealing. Well, the other thing is we could generate a first baseman and hopefully maybe get a DH who's a backup first baseman. Because as far as backup outfielders go, so Z-Hawk, even if it does, I'm not a big fan of gap power. I consider it the least impactful of these ratings because at least what our experiments suggest is you need a base hit first, and then the gap power calculation happens. Whereas like the home run calculation seems to be separate from contact, so it's like additive. And so gap power basically can like enhance your statistics, but it's not really going to improve your statistics. So I really don't give too much weight to gap power. It's also why I don't even have it on my filters here. When you play, you look at babbing it. Now, I do think that makes sense for dead ball, and I know a lot of people put a lot of weight on gap and dead ball. But for modern era, I mostly look at contact, power, and eye. But then I look at BABIP and Ks to make sure they're not going to be striking out all the time. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We have enough spots here where we can take a utility outfielder for spot number 12. And then we can go first baseman, looking for a backup first baseman. If we get lucky and get a huge bat, that can solve our DH issue and back up at first base. So I'm going glove here with Philbin. No, not Philbin. Oh, I almost took the wrong guy. With Garcia. So we're going Garcia for the utility glove first, but still decent bat outfielder. And then we're going to go first base for a potential big hitter. And we need a backup first baseman right now anyway. Because we passed on Schlottman. Alright, come on, give me some power here. Our experiments did show you get a little more top-end power at the legend level, but it doesn't really hold at the lower levels. Well, we did get some power. We got an 80 power and a 75 power. Now, our current first baseman is a lefty. And he's a little splitty, but still decent versus lefties. So this righty first baseman, even though he has less power than Crossley, he's more interesting from a roster perspective. Because he hits lefties better, but he doesn't hit lefties better than our starting first baseman hits lefties. Right? Because if we compare this guy to our first baseman, even though he's a lefty, he hits lefties better than this righty. Now, that said, I would take 45 power over 25 contact and 15 eye versus lefties. So I would actually consider starting him versus lefties. Or I would be very comfortable with him being the primary backup versus lefties. And frankly, he still brings some power, and he's not useless in contact and eye versus righties either. So, but I feel like his the way he splits is better for our roster than Crossley. Because Crossley is pretty useless versus lefties. Now, he's elite versus righties, but we already have that versus righties. Although, what do we have at DH versus righties? We have Lancaster. Oh, we have our catcher, who, yeah, he's 45-80 versus righties. So how does that compare to Crossley? Crossley has more power, but that's it. And then versus lefties, Lancaster's much better. So yeah, I think for many reasons, Martinez is the better fit, even though Crossley is potentially the better power hitter. Again, a decision we get to make that we don't get to inform and create a roster. So this is one benefit of the way we're playing tonight. All right, so I think though he is not going to start even VL because Velasquez is just that good. Okay, now the question is, do we go a 14th batter or do we go a 13th pitcher? All right, we have at least 3 players at every position. Sorry, at least 2 at every position. So we're good there. I'm not too worried about our pitching staff because we have the stamina. I don't know, chat, what do y'all think? Would you go 14th batter or 13th pitcher here? In fact, let me ask that and then I'm going to step away for a second. I'll be right back.
Why do you keep following me around? Look.
All right, Z-Hawk, thank you for the follow. Welcome in.
You've already been in the chat, so I appreciate you following.
So, any thoughts? Anyone in the chat? 13th pitcher or 14th batter?
I've been wondering what batter we would take. I think we would just take another outfielder for depth. And if we get lucky, it would really solve our DH question. It's not like we're hurting at DH, but and frankly, when I think about our backups, I like what we have. We have Cam Lee, who's a decent hitter, but a plus defender at second, third, and short. We have Danny Garcia, who's a average or plus defender in all 3 outfield spots. And he's a flat hitter, but is plus contact. And then we got Jordan Martinez, who mashes home runs and is a good right-handed complement to our starting first baseman, who's left-handed. And frankly, I'd be more inclined to start Martinez if we didn't already have 4 big power bats. And so I feel okay starting Velasquez's 80-80 contact and BABIP. So I don't know, would I be getting greedy by trying to get one more power bat in the DH spot? Or is it smarter to just get more depth in the bullpen here? I mean, we've got 3 lefties, which is what I wanted. I feel like we have enough stamina in the bullpen that we can make it through a season. Because, it's not tournament format. We have days off in the schedule. then again, we also have double headers and weather. And unlike Perfect Team, we can't just fill our bullpen with starting pitchers with 50 stamina. Because one of the rules I did set is we're only going to generate 5 starting pitchers. Because the problem is when you start putting starters in the bullpen, you get a bullpen power boost, which I don't want to skew our results because you don't get to do that. We didn't get to do that in our previous iterations. So it would be like an unfair advantage. Okay, I feel like we're good enough on the offensive side that maybe we can just go with 13th pitcher here. Although it really is tempting to just try to get one more masher. I mean, let's do this. Let's look at our VR Randy Lancaster and our VL Jeff Davidson. These are our two. So we're taking the VL of this and the VR of this. It's pretty good. VL were 75 contact, 65 power, 65 high. And VR were 45 contact, 80 power, 65 high. I mean, that's a pretty good two-headed monster at DH. It's like a triple crownish VL, right? Contact, power, and eye. And it's a power eye VR. I don't know that we can get much better than that. So let's go 13th pitcher. I mean, what the only way we can get better is we get a huge VL mashing first baseman, but then we already have something close to that. What else could we do better here? Shortstop, defensive shortstop. No, Danny Rodriguez is a good fielder. All right, yeah, I think I talked myself into it. We're going 13th pitcher. It's not sexy, but I think it'll help us get through the season. All right, let's see what we got here. We got to switch over to all players. Oh, 80 stuff, 60 PBAB, 45 control. He's splitty, but to Smiley Face James' point earlier, his weak side stuff is still higher than anyone else's stuff. Okay, his PBAB also drops a lot versus righties, but even this VR profile is still better than most. Oh, this guy's awesome. All right, that was worth it. That was worth it. Oh, nice. The only way I could like this profile better is if he was a right-hander. Just because we face so many more right-handers. But Tom Fitzsimmons. This is great. That worked out really well. I said it was the less sexy pick, but I mean, this guy might end up being really awesome. All right, so here we go. We're going to do, we don't have much speed anyway, except for Especia. And he's a power eye guy anyway. We'll still give him the green light to run, but the rest of the team, you see this? There's no stealing here, so we're going to go sabermetric. But we'll crank up the shifts all the way to the max. And I'm going to turn down hit and run, sack bunt, and squeeze play and bunt for hit all the way. Again, these are things we don't get to do in Create a Roster. We'll go slightly slower hook for starters, slightly slower hook for relievers. We're definitely going to go left-right pitching matchups, left-right batting matchups, and then... Oh, I also don't like to pinch run very much. Okay. Again, we don't get to do this in Create a Roster. Create a Roster, you have to use one of the canned strategies. Okay, pitching staff. Oh, look at this. It's trying to put some of our relievers in the starting rotation. This is why I labeled them starting pitchers. So Mancuso and Medrano have to go back in. So it didn't like Mancuso and it didn't like Medrano. It didn't like our low control pitcher and it didn't like our flat pitcher. That's interesting. Okay, I want, without looking too much, I want Sicarios first. I want Zach Miller. No. Yeah, I think it's Zach Miller. And then I think it's Rosendahl and Medrano. And then Mancuso. I just don't trust Mancuso's control. But you know what? Medrano and Rosenthal have such similar profiles. Just one's lefty and one's righty. I don't know. Mancuso's the experiment, so I feel like I want him to get fewer starts. When we switch to always start highest rested. So let's leave Mancuso in the 5 spot. Now let's ask for a bullpen. Okay, now it wants Rosenkrantz in the closer role. I want Rosenkrantz as a stopper, I think. Rosenkrantz and Underwood as my stoppers, I think. What do I do with the flamethrower Fitzsimmons? I kind of want to close with him, but a lefty closer feels risky. So we'll set up with him. And Garcia. Actually, let's put Garcia up top as the closer. And then we'll go Benitez because of his lower stamina as the setup. And then Hopkins because of his higher stamina as the middle relief. And then who's the lefty middle relief? Martinez or Perez? Less splitty Perez. And then Martinez becomes long relief. because of his higher. Well, I just don't think that role is going to get used as much. So I'm going to put our worst pitcher there, which is probably Martinez. So our two stoppers can come in the 7th. They will be backup closers. Our closer will be a backup stopper. Okay. And then let's ask for some depth chart help here. Now I did say, hold on, I'm going to switch to my personal batting view here, the basic version. Again, something we don't get to do in Creator Roster, but we're not playing Creator Roster tonight. Yeah, I really like Lancaster as the VRDH and Davidson as the VLTH. That's starting to grow on me. Now the question is Martinez. Do we want... He's our backup first baseman. Do we want him to get some VL at bat somewhere because of that power bat? We could insert him. I mean, VL at bats are going to be pretty rare anyway, relative to VR at bats. But we could get Martinez some of... No, Davis is such a well-rounded hitter. I wouldn't want him to miss out on any at-bats. You know, we could let him spell Velasquez from time to time VL. Maybe like every 4th game or so. First basemen don't fatigue as fast. Oh, look at that. The AI already has him playing every other game VL at first base and not versus righties. Okay, I am going to say the AI has gotten much better at proposing rosters and lineups in OOTP26. Because it wouldn't have this nuanced of a sub plan for Martinez. This is something I would have had to come up with on my own. Playing him, I'm going to say every 3rd game versus lefties, but the fact that it was already doing it every other game is a big improvement over how it used to work. Now, how is Davidson's fielding versus Lee's fielding? Because versus lefties, at least, it's proposing Davidson, who's our DH, subbing ahead of Lee. Okay, Lee is definitely the better defensive player. Davidson's the better bat. If Davidson goes in to play those positions versus lefties, that means Garcia or Martinez is going to end up DHing. And we want Martinez DHing VL, so let's move him up here. So this means every time that Davidson subs for second, short, or third, which over the course of the season will probably be quite often, then Martinez, whose bat we've been trying to get in versus lefties, will then get to play DH as well. So that also solves the question of how do we get Martinez more VL at bats. So I like that quite a bit. Okay, I'm pretty comfortable with that. And then we're just going to give Especia some stealing ability or stealing permission. Now he is off scale stealing, right? 85. I mean, that's like peak Ricky Henderson style stealing. So we're definitely giving him the green light. One below the max. Now we have to build the lineup. These guys are just in position order right now. Now, Especia is our best space stealer, but he's also a power I guy. He will get on base from the walks, but he's not going to get a lot of base hits. But who else actually makes more sense to lead off than our top base stealer? Maybe Velasquez, who has contact eye, but he doesn't have a lot. He's not a base stealer. All right. It might seem. I mean, he's the one guy we're gonna let steal. Do we let him lead off? I'm torn. I mean, having 85 I at leadoff is pretty sweet. I mean, the 45 contact is terrible, but let's say from leadoff, a base hit is as good as a walk. And let's take power out for a second. 45 and 85, the average is 65. So a 65 contact 65 guy, I would lead that off any day. So we're going to lead off Especia, I think. I like Velasquez as our 3-hole hitter. Who do you want in the 2-hole? Danny Rodriguez, he's a switch hitter. He makes contact. His eye's not great. He's not fast. Does he clog up the base pass too much? But none of our guys are fast. No one on our team is fast. If we're going to talk about setting the tables, then I think it's Danny Rodriguez. Now, who's our cleanup hitter? VR is probably is probably Critchfield VR. Versus lefties, I want Davidson hitting cleanup. He's a good blend of contact and power. And then Trevor Hall, who's our biggest VL power bat. And then Gonzalez. And then who's left? Devers, Critchfield, and Vincent. Devers, in that order, I think. Devers, Vincent, Critchfield, maybe. Now, VR, Critchfield's going to be much higher. So, who's our cleanup hitter VR? Probably still Trevor Hall. And then I like Critchfield. And then Gonzalez. Then Devers. And then Vincent. And then Lancaster. Maybe Lancaster, then Vincent. Okay, I kind of like that. All right, we're going to save this. I think we have everything we need. Yeah, Rev Jr. That's the whole reason I update the forums in the stream. Rev Jr. has a very complex relationship with the pack giveaway forums. Okay, so let's see. When is our next ad break coming? Okay, we have an ad break starting in 1 minute, so I'm going to go ahead and preemptively fire a 3-minute ad break to go refill my water and stuff. This is your 3-minute warning for filling out your forms. Good luck, and I will see you all in 3 minutes.
All right. I don't know if the ads rolled, but I am back. We didn't get any new pack giveaway entries, so does that mean everyone's already in who's going to be in? If so, we can proceed. If anyone's working on theirs, please let me know. So if I don't hear any objections in the chat that you're about to hit submit or something, I'll go ahead and close the forum so we can move on. Oh, okay, yeah, Andy, go ahead. Yeah, fill one out by all means. I don't mind waiting. So Reb Junior, how does that work? What do you redeem to get those redemption cards? Because the last time I ever collected physical cards, it was just buying wax packs at the store and ripping them with my friends. So I don't even know what redemption cards are. Do you somehow get like tops drops somewhere and then turn those in for cards? So you get these blue cards and it tells you what card you're entitled to receive with instructions and a scratch code that you input into the website. So when you open a pack, you get a bunch of baseball cards, and occasionally you'll get a blue card that's a redemption card. And are the redemption cards like extra good cards that they want to send to you directly so they don't get ruined in the packs or something? Or do you get the blue cards some other way? I'm finding this very interesting. Like, are the blue cards just mixed in like a diamond card in Perfect Team? But instead of like getting to turn it, you have to send it in and get your diamond card in the mail. Oh, they're like autograph cards? Oh, that's very cool. Oh, I see. Okay, so they're made to give them extra time, I guess. To That's really cool. That's awesome. So that means then when you open a pack of cards and you're looking at what you got, if you see a blue card, you're very excited then. Is that right? You know, Kayaking Santa opens actual physical card packs on his stream. Let's give shout out to Kayaking Santa. No, some of them suck. It's like they tell you at some later point in time you will get the diamond card. Right. Yeah. Okay, I got it then. That's pretty cool. Yeah, I don't know when they started doing that, but that's a pretty cool. Um, Wait, they buy card packs that cost like 2,500 a pack. 2,500 like a case or a pack. The best baseball was a Paul Skeens autograph card. Well, that would be pretty cool. 2,500 for a pack? Wow, man.
That's crazy. All right, so let's see. We okay. Andy from Sheffield submitted some wild guesses. Very good. Very good. So, Andy, just to catch you up, what we're doing is in OOTP25, because I was designing a game that we play within our stream, I wanted to see how good each level was of the player creation engine. So kind of similar to Creator Roster, the all scrub team was made by, for every roster spot, generating 5 scrub level players, picking my favorite one and deleting the other 4. And then we did that at the bench level and at the average level. And these are the games they won in a 162 game season. We noticed that the bench and scrub level players were better this year in OOTP26. Okay, Smiley Face Jane is not going to stream after us tonight, but so we will find a new raid destination. But Smiley Face Jane, hopefully you'll stream sometime this week and we'll raid into you. It'll be our first time raiding into you as a affiliate streamer, so I'm looking forward to that. But so yeah, so Andy, tonight we're trying to figure out what's going to go into this next blank spot in the table. What will a team generated from all average players look like? And the pitchers are pretty average, but the batters are pretty awesome. So we'll see what happens. We'll see if the batting can carry the pitching. In fact, what I predict from the preseason predictions is our team ERA will not be very good relative to the league, but our team offense will be good relative to the league. And it'll be a whole push-pull during the season. Yeah, Tommy, all I do is win. I think it will be fun too. I think this will be an interesting one. All right, so I've closed the form. Let's take a look at our guesses. All right. There are 10 of you. Will this team have an OT game score of 1? We have a couple of yeses. Will it have the lowest regular season win percentage in the majors? No one thinks so. Will it have the lowest regular season win percentage in the AL? Nobody thinks so. Will it be last in its division? No one thinks so. One of you thinks they will have a win percentage below 500. The rest of you think it will make the playoffs. About 2/3 think this team can win its division. About 1/3 think this team can make the World Series. No one thinks we can win the World Series. All right, and then we get into the numerical. So I think we'll have a lot of people making it to the end of the Survivor style section, but we'll see. Okay, my favorite part, not the saving part here, but now that the guesses are in and the form is closed, we can move forward into the sim, starting with the preseason predictions. This is my favorite part. Seeing what the AI thinks is going to happen. Once you get to opening day, MLB, reports and info, preseason predictions. Ooh, we are predicted to win 115 games. 115 games. Let me just remind you, the all-average team in OTP25 won 107. Now, the offense, we are predicted to have the top offensive in the league. I'm surprised, given our pitcher profiles, we're also predicted to have the fewest runs against in the league. Now, what we don't have is the strikeouts. But what we do have is the control. So let me screenshot this. Now, let's see what it thinks about our individual batters and pitchers. We are predicted to have one of the top 10 batters in the league. Just one. This is our power eye center fielder with the 85 stealing. Kyan already thinks he's lost unless this team goes minus 20 Pythagorean. On the pitching side, though, the AI thinks we have 3 of the top 10. So maybe our approach of going high control, lower stuff might have worked. So Siqueiros, again, is the 80 control guy with 40 stuff. Miller is the 75 control guy with 35 stuff. And Medrano is just a flat profile guy, but they seem to like him. Is Siqueiros our ace? Yes, he is. So if we watch game 1, we will get to see him play. So now you need to go to the opening day of the season to get the preseason predictions. We are now going to go to our opening day, which this season had the UK series, so we're going to start a week later than the first 2 games of the season. Right, and the Dodgers and Padres, every time we've done this sim so far, the Dodgers and Padres have split the first 2 games of the season. All right. We're going to hide scores and we're going to watch the first game and see what happens when our ace, Siqueiros, faces Skubal. All right, let's see how this team of average level players does. We are scoreless through the first 2 innings. Detroit up in the top of the 3rd. Full count with runners on first and second. And it pops them up. The first baseman comes in and makes the play. That's a big out with 2 men on. Because now a double play can get us out of the inning. Blooper to first. Oh, he gets the play and he doubles him off. That was not the double play I was expecting, but that's why that first out was such a big deal. Very nicely done. Bottom of the 3rd, 2-0 count to Devers. Fly ball to right field. These power eye guys throughout our lineup. First one to come through is Devers with a home run. Opposite field, 359 feet. Top of the 6th, Siqueiros is still pitching as Carson Kelly comes to the bat with a full count. And he walks him. Not the double play you deserve, but the double play you needed. Exactly, Holofant. Nice. All right, Urshela is up. Still no outs. Runner on first. Fly ball to center. It should hang up long enough for the out. And that zooms up McKinstry. 0-2 count. Oh, that's into the gap. Extra bases. He's already rounding third, so unless they hold him, they're going to score the tying run. Oh, they hold him at third. All right, Colt Keith up. Runners on second and third with 1 out. 2-0 count. That's a line drive. It's going to drop. They're going to take the lead here. Throw home is not in time. Carpenter up. They've got these left-handers are doing some work against our control pitcher. Riley Green, runners at first and second, 1 out. Throw to third. Oh, they get him in plenty of time. All right, we got out of that jam, but we're now Tigers up again, top of the 7th. Runners in first and second. Rosenkrantz is in from the bullpen, facing Spencer Torkelson. 2-2 count. Gets the strikeout. This is where that stuff comes in that our starter just didn't have. Carson Kelly with 1 out. 2-0 count. Oh, that's deep to center field, but it is going to hang up long enough for the center field to make the play and is not deep enough to advance the run into third. All right, bottom of 7. Skubal still in the game. Davidson leading off with a 1-2 count. Davidson is our DH versus lefties. Fly ball to deep left center field, and that is gone. Ties up the game. Top of the 8th. Colt Keith up. Rosenkrantz still in relief. Fly ball to left. That's deep. And that is gone. Opposite field. Kynan weighted too heavily on this team still being the White Sox. Jeff Vincent, slow roll to short. And they make the play. I don't understand that particular highlight, but Danny Garcia up, pinch hitting. He is much stronger versus lefty, so this is a good matchup, even though Skubal's a tough pitcher. Line drive to right, it's going to drop in. 1 out base hit for the pinch hitter. That might give us a spark meeting. Now, our leadoff hitter is also a power eye guy. So this is a decent situation, except for the lefty-lefty matchup. Fly ball to center. Nice play by the center fielder. Georgia Tech legend Brant Herder is in the game now for the Tigers, by the way. Still a lefty. So our VL lineup will still work. Ground ball to short, fielded cleanly over to second for the out, and that gets them out of the inning. All right, bottom of the 9th, still down by 1. Full count for Velasquez leading off the inning. He is our contact BABIP guy, but also has good eye. Line drive into right, and that's a base hit. Leadoff single to get things going. Randy Lancaster. He's our VR guy, and he did come into the game. Not as a pinch hitter, but he must have already been in. But he flies out to center field. The runner tags and is in safely. So, the rarely seen sac fly with the runner on first advances the runner into scoring position. Trevor Hall pops it up. That brings up Miguel Gonzalez. He is another of our power eye guys. But I don't love the righty-righty matchup here. 2 outs, 3-0 count. There's the eye of the power eye as he walks to keep the game alive. Rick Devers, he's a contact BABIP guy with 2 outs and a 1-1 count. Ground ball up the middle. There's the contact BABIP. Base hit. Runner should be going with 2 outs, so it should score the runner, and it does. The tying run comes in. On the throw to home, the batter advanced to second, and now Vincent has gotten on the base as well, so his base is loaded for Danny Garcia. 2-0 count. Fly ball to center, and it's going to hang up for the out, but the all-average team ties up the game, forcing extra innings. Underwood comes into the game, the left-hander, starting the 10th inning, gets the strikeout. 2 outs for Colt Keith, 1-0 count. Yep. And Underwood shows how effective he can be versus lefties in that at-bat. All right, bottom of the 10th, our leadoff hitter with a 1-2 count. Goes down swing, which is too bad. If he could get on base, his 85 stealing could have really set the table. Jordan Martinez, pinch hitting, checks his swing and goes down on strikes. Top of the 11th, Kerry Carpenter leading things off. 1-0 count. Ground ball to third. Over to first for the out. Again, that lefty-lefty matchup. This pitcher, effective versus lefties. And I might have just jinxed him for Riley Green. And I did, as he draws the walk. Full count for Veerling. Goes down swinging. The throw to second. Not in time. Javi Baez with 2 outs. Runner on second. Ground ball to third. Fielded cleanly over to first for the out. Bomb the 11th. Randy Lancaster. Definitely more effective versus righties, so this is a good matchup for us. Ground ball to second. I gotta stop jinxing myself here. Alright, Miguel Gonzalez. Not saying a thing about Miguel Gonzalez. And he pops it up. First baseman makes a play, and that ends the inning. Top of the 12th. Torkelson up. Hector Garcia's in the game now. A little diving catch of a soft liner to short. What a weird play. Parker Meadows with 1 out. Full count. That's a blooper to right. It's going to fall in for a base hit. 1 out single. One out, 1-0 count. Urshela with a blooper in the center. That drops in. First and second for Andy Ibanez. 2-2 count. Pops him up. Catcher comes into the play to get the out. And it's 2 outs and a 3-1 count for Kerry Carpenter. Oh, we walk a run in the top of the 12th. Riley Green versus a righty. I don't like this matchup. Ground ball to short. Fielded cleanly. Throw to second in time. But the damage is done. The Tigers take a 1-run lead heading in the bottom of the 12th. Rick Devers with a 1-2 count. Ground ball to short. Fielded cleanly. Over to first. Plenty of time for the out. Full count for Jeff Vincent with 1 out. Ground ball up the middle. That's a base hit. 1 out single. See if we can turn that into a run. Keep the game alive. Danny Garcia. Draws a walk. First and second. Oh, the pitch gets away from the catcher, but the runners hold. No damage done. 3-1 count. There's the eye in the power eye. The bases are loaded. Bases loaded. Down by 1. Bottom of the 12th. 1 out. 1-1 count to Danny Rodriguez. Ground ball to second with the infield in. The throw home. In time to throw to first. Oh, it's a double play. The 1-2-3 double play with the bases loaded. Oh. That is a brutal way to lose. Bases loaded, down by 1. 1-2-3 double play. Oh, man. That's rough. That is rough. Wow. Well, it was a good game, though. All right, let's go to the standings mode. And we're near the end of the month. Let's just sim the rest of March for now. We are off to an 0-3 start. It's going to be tough to win 100 and whatever games with an 0-3 start here. Let's see what happened. We lost a heartbreaker 3-4, and then 5-0 shutout, and then lost 8-5. All right, let's sim the month of April. We have climbed down the cellar, and we're headed to a 500 record. All right, we're in 3rd place now in the division. That is true. We did see someone go 7-155. That is true. That was the highlight of the stream last night, I think. 6 consecutive hits by Vincent. We are at 500, middle of the division. We don't have anyone on the leaderboards as of right now. And we're actually in a wild card position with our 500 record. All right, let's do the month of May. Oh, we're in second place now. And we're in first place. We have turned things around after a very bad start. 11-game run streak by our leadoff hitter, Espethia. And we are bothered by our owner, even though we have owner turned off. Let's finish the month of May. All right, a 14-game winning streak. Pitcher of the month in Cisqueros. And 10 quality start streak by Visqueros. Let's check out that pitcher of the month performance. Uh, 5-1 record with a 1.48 ERA. 42 and 2/3 innings and 29 strikeouts. This is a very low strikeout, high control pitcher. And I was worried when I picked him. But he is working out pretty well. 8-3, 2.86 ERA. But the reason I picked him is we had a little bit of insight into this profile from a bench level player team member with a 70 control, similar profile, and he finished third in the league in ERA. So I had an inkling that his profile could work. Okay, let's finish out the month of June. Oh, we're at 39 and 20. We have the best record in the AL. The AL East is super flat. The entire division is sub 500. And the AL Central has 3 teams with a 600 win percentage. We'd also have the second best win total in the NL if we're in the other league. Only the Phillies have more wins. Seven-game RBI streak by Rodriguez, a 4-game home run streak by Hall. We are 59 and 27 and have the best record in the majors. Our leadoff hitter is leading the league in stolen bases with 51. What's his, how efficient is he? 51 steals, 4 caught stealing. Nice. He's also a power eye guy too, so he's got 16 home runs as well. Anyone on the pitching side? Yep. Siqueiros, again with that high control, low stuff, 2.96 ERA, leading the league in wins. Yeah, Reb Jr. I can't complain. We're not wasting outs on the base pass. He's doing it very efficiently. All right, let's sim to the All-Star game. Speak of the devil, 42 consecutive stolen bases by Espethia. 42 in a row. Right after Reb Jr. said that's a pretty good percentage, the streak ended. Nice. Siqueiros still tied for second in wins, but has fallen off the ERA leaderboard. All right, we need to sim one more day to get to the All-Star break. It is a win. And let's watch the home run challenge. Do we have... Oh, no. Let's see who was voted in and selected for the All-Star game. Yeah, Logan Gilbert is having a tremendous season. We'll go and check on that, Reb Jr., when we go back to the standings page. Okay, so we are looking for Chicago White Sox here. None on the first page. So we have that great record, but we don't have any All-Star candidates, top 3 votes in the first 5 positions. Look at this. We are leading the league, and we don't have any All-Star candidates except for a starting pitcher. No position players in the top 3 in votes. That is craziness. Okay, we are 67 and 31. We have a 684 winning percentage, which is best in the majors. And we have one player in the top 3 in voting in any position. That is insane. I can just assume it's a huge team effort. Reb Jr. mentioned Logan Gilbert. He is leading the league in ERA, leading the league in wins, and leading the league in strikeouts. So he is having a heck of a season. Let's look at our lineups and see, did we get snubbed? Okay, our utility infielder has our best OPS. Velasquez is hitting 315 despite having 80 contact. Now, Jeff Vincent is hitting 344. He has 80 contact as well. But his OPS is only 804. Our best OPS player, who's a starter, is Velasquez, who is our VR starting first baseman, low power, high contact guy. Critchfield is our center fielder, 18 home runs, 255 average, 847 OPS. Trevor Hall, 26 home runs, 263 average, 843 OPS. Randy Lancaster, our catcher, with 27 home runs at the break, 233 average, 831 OPS. I think because we have so many power I guys, we're scoring runs, we're hitting homers, but the average isn't there, and I'm wondering if that's keeping us off people's all-star ballots. All right, let's see who got chosen for this team. Let's see if the managers did a better job than the voters. Okay, Sakaros was selected as a pitcher. Eric Underwood out of the bullpen was selected. 0.9 whip, 10 strikeouts per 9. Wow, we had no position players get chosen. I wonder when the last time a major league team with a 684 win percentage with the most wins at the All-Star break only had 2 All-Stars and no position players selected for the All-Star game. That has to be some kind of record. And look, I'm not saying I don't think we got snubbed. None of those stat profiles are like this guy should have been in the game. I'm just saying it's kind of amazing that we're putting together a season of pieces that just seem to be fitting together to add up to wins. It's kind of cool. Now, did any of our Power I guys make the home run challenge? Yeah, Randy Lancaster, our catcher, is our only representative. And Lancaster gets knocked out in round 1. Shohei and Santander are in the final. And Santander knocks out Shohei. Shohei wins a lot of these in our sims, so that's a pretty good showing there. 8-7. Pretty weak final round, but all right, let's go to the All-Star game itself. We'll quick play this. AL wins 13-5. Let's see if our pitchers had any hand in that. Vizqueiros did get in 1 inning, 1 hit allowed, otherwise clean, 13 pitches. Player of the game was Kyle Tucker. Kyle Tucker went 1-for-1 with 1 run and 4 RBI and a walk. So a grand slam home run in the second inning. That'll get you a player of the game in the All-Star game. All right, let's go back to the regular season. Let's reach the month of July. Yeah, usually when a team is this good, but we don't have many All-Stars, you know, like you can see a bunch of snubs, but I think the omissions were actually pretty valid. It's just we have a scrappy team where the pieces are the. I actually think the whole is greater than the sum of the parts here on this team. 78-33, 6-game winning streak. We're now at a .703 win percentage, by far the highest in the majors. Lancaster is now on the home run leaderboard. Especia is now at 67 stolen bases. And Medrano is now on the ERA leaderboard. He's another one of our control pitch. No. He's the flat profile pitcher. And Cisqueros is second in the league in wins. Logan Gilbert still in Triple Crown position. All right, the month of August. We're almost at 100 wins. August 30th, and we're at 93 wins. 94 wins on September 1st. Yeah, the next closest team is the Dodgers at 87-49. Velasquez is now third in batting. And Especia is closing in on 100 stolen bases. Zach Miller, third in ERA. Cisqueros, tied for first in wins. Logan Gilbert is now out of Triple Crown position for now. Wow. All right. Let's. I kind of want to go one win at a time, partly to see what Logan Gilbert's able to do here. Player of the week, Especia and Zach Miller had a 12-game win streak. We're now at 88 stolen bases. Velasquez still third in batting. Cisqueros wins again, keeping 1 game ahead of Gilbert. It actually would be Cisqueros might be playing spoiler for a pitching Triple Crown. Oh, and Skubal is now 1 strikeout ahead of Gilbert, but it could just be that Gilbert hasn't had his turn in the rotation yet. Another 34 consecutive stolen base streak by Especia. Wow. Velasquez now leading the league in batting with a .349 batting average. Zach Miller still third in ERA. Cisqueros still staying 1 win ahead of Logan Gilbert. Cisqueros is now a 20-game winner. Garcia with a 10-game shutdown streak. We have clinched the playoff spot. We were 108-48 with 1 week left to play. Velasquez tied with Bobby Witt Jr. for the batting title. That's a few more than 92 wins. Yes. The big question, I think, for the last week of the season is, can Especia get to 100 steals? And Cisqueros has won 2 more games while Gilbert has been stuck on 19. Playing spoiler for Logan Gilbert's run at a Triple Crown. All right, let's go to the end of the regular season. Oh, Velasquez jumped up to first for a minute there and now is 6 points behind Bobby Witt Jr. We are one steal away from 100 for our leadoff hitter, and we have one game left to play. Oh, 101 stolen bases! Yes! That's awesome. So Sequeiros did get the win title. Did Logan Gilbert manage to get the strikeout title? Nope. He fell to third in strikeouts. Led the league in ERA. Tied for second in wins. Third in strikeouts. So still a great season by Gilbert. But Sequeiros third in ERA, first in wins. 111 and 51 is our team record. And we do have our leadoff hitter get 101 stolen bases. What happened to the AL East? Oh, I didn't even notice. Let's take a look. Wow. Yeah, this was a division that all the teams were under 500 for most of the season. So, yeah, they had a rough time of it. Check out the AL Central. 111 wins from the White Sox and 94 from the Guardians. The top 4 teams in the AL Central would have won the AL East. Let's take a look here at our pitching staff. Sequeiros 22 and 5. Zach Miller 70. I'm kind of curious how our this is our stuff guy. He did pretty well. 10 and 3, 3.88 ERA, 9.8 strikeouts per 9, 1.29 WHIP. So yeah, that 30 control didn't hurt him that much. Right, the big concern here was the 30 control. He walked quite a few batters, but the strikeouts and the home run suppression, I think, helped him keep that ERA reasonable. But definitely this low stuff, high control profile from Zach Miller and Victor Sequeiros. I mean, they both had ERAs 3.05 and 3.20, whips below 1.1. So that shape does seem to be working here, at least in the base game. Look, none of the ERs are great, but as a team, it looks like they kept it below 4, which is pretty good considering some of the pitching profiles we had. And these are all generated at the average level, so pretty good effort by the pitching staff, too. Velasquez did end up picking up his batting average to 344. Jeff Vincent maintained his pace, kept it up to 330. Our Power I guys came through, most of them hitting 40 home runs. Espethia only hit 39, but he stole 101 bases to go with it against 8 caught stealing. Super efficient. He almost created the 40-100 club. As it is, he created the 30-100 club. The rest of the team combined for 5, 10, 17, 19, 20, 27 steals against 101 for one dude. It's because we were running sabermetric, and he's the one dude I let steal bases. That's pretty awesome. All right, let's go see what happens in the postseason. We still aren't to the end of the season. Let's see. Some of the teams might still be on 161 games. Do we have any? No. Do we have any tie breaks? There might be a game 163 for the Diamondbacks and the Padres. No, Well, yeah, I guess maybe for seeding. Are there any other ties? Well, let's just go see what games are remaining. Oh, there are no games remaining. Oh yeah, yeah. No, we got our end of season achievement. So yeah, I think we're headed to the postseason now. Yeah, okay. The playoff tree is set. So we'll just do a quick sim for the wild card, and then we'll go into the scores mode. All right, the Guardians win 2-1 over the Mariners to face our all average team in the division series. And the Tigers win 2-1 over the Red Sox to face the Astros. I noticed the Mets are missing this time, as the Diamondbacks win 2-1 over the Padres to face the Dodgers, and the Phillies will face the Braves after beating the Brewers 2-1. All right, AL's going to start the action first. The Astros, a 3-hit shutout of the Tigers to go out to a 1-0 series lead. Framber Valdez, 8 innings, no earned, 3 hits, 3 walks, and 9 strikeouts. And our first game versus Cleveland is a loss as the Guardians score 1 in the top of the ninth to beat us 4-3. And this is best of 5. 1 loss is pretty steep right out of the gates. The Braves win 6-2 as Chris Sale gets the win. And in the other NL game, the Dodgers win 5-2. The Tigers win 4-2 to tie the series at 1. And our all-average team wins 5-0, shutting out the Guardians to tie that series at 1. Zach Miller goes 8 innings, no earned, no walks, 7 hits, and 5 strikeouts. The AL will be on a travel day as the NL goes to Game 2. The Braves jump out to a 2-0 series lead over the Phillies. And in a shootout, Arizona ties the series, winning 12-9. Look at that. Both teams scored a run in the 10th, and then Arizona scored 3 in the top of the 11th. All right, NL will be on a travel day, so the focus will be on the AL. The Tigers saw a 2-hit shutout of the Astros to take a 2-1 series lead. Skubal goes 7 innings, no earned, 2 hits, 1 walk, and 6 strikeouts. And the White Sox win 4-1. Home run by Lancaster. Chicago takes a 2-1 series lead. All right, all 4 games will be going on today. Busy day if you're a baseball fan. Atlanta looking to sweep the Phillies. But the Phillies win 8-7 despite 6 in the top of the 9th by the Braves to tie it. Philly walks it off in the bottom of the 9th to keep the series alive. What a roller coaster. What does his win probability graph look like? Oh, we don't get a win probability graph because it's not a human managed team.
If you do base game sims like this, the default is your human managed team will get box scores and win probability graphs and game logs and highlights and stuff. But unless you select it for other teams, they will not have those things. They'll just have box scores. It's partly to keep the file smaller, I think. But man, I wanted to see what happened there in the top of the 9th, bottom of the 9th. All right, Diamondbacks Dodgers tied at 1 apiece. Dodgers win a pitching duel 2-1. No runs scored after the 3rd inning. Detroit looking to close out the Astros. And they do. 7-6, advancing to the ALCS. Our all-average team looking to do the same against the Guardians.
But the Guardians crush us 13-2, 22 base hits. 22 base hits. The flat profile does not work that well this time around for Mario Madrano. His postseason ERA stands at 16.2. All right, AL on a travel day. The Braves close out the series, defeating the Phillies 6-4, advancing to the NLCS. And Arizona forces a Game 5, winning 10-9. All right, the NL's on a travel day as we have a deciding Game 5. So Smiley Face Jane taught us this little trick. You go to history and turn off the achievements notification. This way it won't pop up and tell us if we advance to the ALCS, because that would defeat the purpose of hiding the scores. So now we hide the scores and we can quick play and go to highlights without having a spoiler pop-up potentially ruin the fun. All right, top of the first, Cleveland up. Runner on first already with no outs and a 1-0 count to Will Brennan. Ground ball to second. Over to short, back to first. Double play, 4-6-3. Bottom of the first, 1 out. Runner on third in the form of Espitia. And Jose Velasquez up with 1 out. Full count. Fly ball to left field. Should be deep enough to score the speedy leadoff man. He's headed home. Throw is cut off, and the run scores. So our all-average team takes an early 1-0 lead, and Trevor Hall up with 2 outs and an 0-1 count. Fly ball to the right field, and that is gone. Doubles the lead to 2-0. Bottom of the second, looking to add a few more. Randy Lancaster leading off in a 3-1 count. That's a no-doubt home run, deep into right field. 374 feet for the catcher. We had another run at the bottom of the third, and we're headed to the top of the fifth with Josh Naylor leading things off for Cleveland. 1-0 count. Oh, that is also gone. About in the same spot. Yeah, very similar lengths. 368 feet. They end up scoring 2 that inning as we head to the bottom of the fifth. Up by 2, looking to add some insurance. Critchfield on first. Miguel Gonzalez at bat. Line drive into the gap. That's off the wall. Oh, the run is he out at home? Oh, the relay was off target. Runner scores. 6-2. Top of the ninth. 2 outs. This is usually the way the AI surrenders. Going to the last inning and 2 outs, but let's just make sure. Laureano up. Goes down looking. And the all-average team advances to the ALCS. All right. The NL has to determine their final NLCS participant, as the Diamondbacks and Dodgers are tied at 2 games apiece. And the Dodgers win 11-3. It seems inevitable that these Dodgers make the NLCS in our sims. I mean, it's because they're a good team. We've taken players away from them, and they still make it to the World Series. All right. We are facing the Tigers. So we're not able to completely reset our rotation. Oh, you know what? We didn't go to a 4-man. We forgot to go to a 4-man. I actually think Rosendahl is the one I want to take out. And yeah, let's make him a reliever. And where does he fit in? Let's see. Okay, flat but average profile, which makes him better than most of our relievers. Who is our VR stopper? Oh no, Rosendal's here. He's actually worse than some of our relievers. Yeah, no wonder the AI wanted to replace him. I think I mean we'll just make him another long reliever with backup at middle relief. I don't want to mess with our closer stopper combination that's been working pretty well this season, so all right. So yeah, I wonder if I'd done that sooner. We might have gotten one more start here in game one out of our ace, but it is what it is. And we won 6-4. Home runs by Gonzalez and Critchfield. And the NL's going to join in on the fun. The Braves win 4-0, shutting out the Dodgers. And the all-average team wins 7-1. Medrano, who has gotten rocked, comes through in the clutch here. 6 2/3, 1 earned, 3 hits, 4 walks, 5 strikeouts. Yeah, Medrano's the other flat profile pitcher, but he came through. All right, AL's on a travel day as the NL has the game 2 in LA. And it takes 11 innings, but the Dodgers walk it off in the bottom of the 11th, winning 9-8, tying the series at 1. All right, the NL's on a travel day as our all-average team looks to take a 3-0 series lead. And they do, winning 5-2. Another home run by Critchfield, who has 4 now in the postseason. Our ace Sicarios, 7 innings, none earned, 2 hits, 1 walk, and 7 strikeouts from a controlled, low stuff guy. Pretty impressive. All right. NL Game 3. Braves and Dodgers looking to take a 2-1 lead. And it's the Dodgers scoring in the top of the 11th to win 6-5. This is a tight series between the Dodgers and the Braves. And our all-average team looks to sweep the Tigers. Nope, the Tigers force a game 5 at least, winning 3-1. Two home runs by Carpenter. Nice. The Braves win 4-0, shutting out the Dodgers on 4 hits, tying the series at 2. And here we go, this is a repeat of the pitching matchup from game 1 as we try to knock off the Tigers. Oh, we trade 2 runs apiece in the 9th inning to win 4-3. Zach Miller is the player of the game. 7 innings, 1 earned, 5 hits, 1 walk, and 6 strikeouts. As the all-average team heads to the World Series. And now we get to rest and reset our pitching staff, rest our players, while the NL fights it out in a series tied at 2. The Braves win 7-6 and another nail-biter. 2 in the bottom of the 8th for the Braves, 2 in the top of the 9th for the Dodgers, but the Braves hang on for the win. Albies goes 2 for 4 with 2 doubles and 5 RBI. Only 4 short of Brandon Nimmo today. All right. Head to game 6 of the NLCS. Oh, it's a travel day. That's right. As we head back to Chavez Ravine. And the Dodgers win 8-1, forcing a game 7. And the whole time, the all-average White Sox are resting and getting ready for the World Series. It's Schwellenbach with a 7.94 postseason RA versus Glasnow. And the Dodgers win 8-1. These Dodgers, they sim so well. Even when we take players away from them, whatever we do to them, they still sim so well. All right. World Series time. All average White Sox against the Dodgers. We were able to reset our rotation with that extra rest, and Sequeiros takes the mound. All right, we win 5-1. Sequeiros 6 1/3, 4 hits, 1 earned, no walks, 5 strikeouts. Game 2, Paxton against Zach Miller. Zach Miller, we win in 11, scoring a walk-off run in the bottom of the 11th. Bottom of the 11th. Devers walks. Vincent flies out. Danny Garcia pinch hits and grounds into a fielder's choice on the first pitch. So runner on first with 2 outs. Espethia hits a single. And then Danny Rodriguez with a walk-off single. Danny Rodriguez, who is one of our contact BABIP guys, comes through in the clutch. Nicely done. Travel day, heading into Game 3 in LA. And the White Sox win again, 4-1. Flat profile Mario Medrano comes through. 7 innings, 5 hits, no walks, 1 earned, 7 strikeouts. Catcher Randy Lancaster, 2 for 4 with a home run. Additional home runs by Espethia and Gonzalez. Game 4, potential sweep. Yeah, 11-2. The all-average White Sox win the World Series after going 111-51. Unbelievable. Let's watch the trophy presentation here. There we go. All right, let me get a shot of the standings. There we go. All right, we need to go to the postseason awards. Let's check those out. We'll do that from the mailbox. You know what? Before we lose anything, let's go ahead and save this just in case. We have had the game crash before during a save like this, and we have had my PC crash completely. And so we try to remember to save games. All right, do we have the Great Glove Award? Yeah, we do have the Great Glove Award in, so let's check that out. Shortstop, Danny Rodriguez. We did pick him for his glove. Also had the high contact in BABIP. And Critchfield in center field with a 55 center field takes the Gold Glove. 2.78 range, 23.1 ZR, and a 1.106 efficiency. The arm was weak, but overall, very good defense there by Critchfield. And let's not forget, that went along with 41 home runs and 214 strikeouts. 214 strikeouts. Jeez. So 2 Gold Gloves. Nicely done. Next up, Reliever of the Year. Do we have a candidate for Reliever of the Year? Hector Garcia, 32 saves, 2-7 record, 3.20 ERA, 1.14 WHIP. I think this ERA is going to be a little high for the AI saves. Now, remember that lefty we took who was splitty and had the low control? He went 11-3 in the pen. 5 saves, 5 holds. 12.4 strikeouts per 9. So I would say that was a pretty successful experiment taking him with that low HRA, low control profile, but with the super high stuff in PBABIP. All right, so yeah, I don't think we're even gonna get a vote here for relief pitcher of the year. Yeah, we didn't even get a vote. Cade Smith. Actually, this is interesting. Tim Herron got the most first place votes but finished third. Cade Smith and Clase tied 1 point ahead of Tim Herron, despite Herron getting the most first place votes. That's crazy. So they almost split the first place votes, and they must have been second on the most ballots. So that's I'm gonna screenshot this. That's such an odd outcome. Herron went 2-1 with no saves, but a .83 ERA. Yeah, Rev Jr., I didn't even notice until you said that these are all Cleveland Guardians. So Cade Smith went 5-1 with 6 saves and a 1.71 ERA. Clase 5-5 with 40 saves and a 1.87 ERA. And Herron 2-1 with no saves and a .83 ERA. And Clase's probably like, I'm the friggin' closer. How do I lose out to my 2 setup men? That's amazing. All right, Platinum Stick Awards. Again, with the whole is greater than the sum of the parts approach. I don't know that we even get any Platinum Stick Awards, but we'll see. Right, we had no All-Star position players. We had no Platinum Stick Awards, but we won 111 games. That's awesome. We don't have anyone Rookie of the Year eligible, so we'll move ahead to the Cy Young Award. I mean, our best bet's got to be Siqueiros, right? 22-5, 3.05, 1.05 WHIP. The strikeouts were low for our entire team. That might be a problem. Yep, Gilbert winning 2 legs of. Oh no, he ended up only winning 1 leg of the Triple Crown, but does enough to win 23 first place votes and the Cy Young Award. Siqueiros wins 7 first place votes and keeps it close. 49 points separate the two. But Logan Gilbert does take it. All right, MVP. You know, we don't have a Silver Slugger, so I doubt we'll have an MVP candidate. You know, the AI does like stolen bases, so our leadoff guy, Chris Espethia, does have a chance with 39 home runs and a 101 stolen bases, but that 233 average is going to hurt him, as will the 208 strikeouts. Look at our Power Eye guys. The 4 of them almost hit 40 home runs each. They all struck out 200 times. And oh, I left out a 5th down here. Miguel Gonzalez also struck out 200 times. He had 21 home runs and hit 190. 5 guys who struck out 200 times. Amazing. That is amazing. Unbelievable. I mean, that's the thing we always say though about like average bench and scrub level, right? Is you're trying to minimize the holes in the profiles, even at legend level. And a lot of these guys have a big hole where it comes to avoid K. At bench and scrub, you have bigger problems like the hole might be contact or power or eye. At least if this is avoid K, they can still be productive in other ways. And frankly, it keeps you out of double plays. All right. Well, let's see what ends up happening here with these last two awards, or the last award here, the MVP. Kyle Tucker wins it for the AL unanimously. He hit 54 home runs, 135 RBI, and batted 326. Espetia, the 39 100 guy, finishes fifth with no first place votes, but a pretty healthy 146 points. Critchfield, Velasquez also got MVP votes. All right, I think we have enough information to do our pack giveaway form. And we can also fill this in. We have 111 wins. All right, let me put a spreadsheet version of the pack giveaway guesses up. All right, let me resize some columns here, and then we'll start going through the survivor style section of the form. All right, here we go. 10 of you. Good luck. And let's get started. Will this team have an OT game score of 1? Well, let's just make it official and see what the game score is. 1196 is the game score. 1196. So we lose 2 contestants. The rest of you will move on to the next question. Will this team have the lowest regular win percentage in the majors? They did not. By far, they did not. Again, these questions are here because we also use this form for lower level sims as well. Will it have the lowest regular season win percentage in the AL? They did not. In fact, they had the best. Finished last in the division? No. They cruised to a victory in the division. Will it have a win percentage below 500? No, they did not. They had well above 500. We lose Andy, who may have misread the question because I know he was in a rush to fill it out. Will this team make the playoffs? Yes, they did. Will it make it to the World Series? Yes, they did. So we lose Kynan. We lose Late to Hate. We lose Holophant. But we keep the Holler. Will it make it to the World Series? Yes, we did. So we lose Fox Hill. We lose Spotty Face Jane. And we lose... Okay, Rev Jr. takes first place right there with the World Series question. Now that means we now put everyone back in for the numerical tiebreakers. But Rev Jr., congrats. Now, real quickly, let's just see what would have happened in the rest. Yes, Rev Jr. still won first place. We're going to gray out the rest of their guesses here because they're not in the running for the second place packs. And what happened last time is, because it was grayed out, I forgot Rev Jr. existed. But
What would have happened in the rest of the Survivor style section? Will it win the World Series? Everyone guessed no. And then the game total, it still would have been Rev Jr. with 110. What a good guess, Rev Jr. We won 111 and you guessed 110. Um, yeah. Very nicely done. Okay, so we're going to hide this section so we can see everything. And now we can see everything. All right, so how many games behind will it finish in this division? 0. Fox Hill, Smiley Face Jane, Tell Me All I Do Is Win, Z-Hawk, and The Holler each get a correct answer. Holophant with the meme guesses. He is also my hero as well. They did not finish 420 games out of first place. Amazing. All right, now this is where you have to do the hover. So, in case you've not seen this, the standings page is a good place to do this. If you hover over the team, you'll see the various ranks in different categories. Now, I'm going to make note of this. It was 5th, 12th, 1st. And then 1st, 25th, 1st. Yeah, 1st, 25th, 1st. So yeah, we just did not have a lot of stuff on this team. All right, so the first category is runs scored. We did finish fifth in runs scored. Fifth in runs scored. The Holler, very close with a 6th place guess. Next question. Rank in batting average, we finished 12th. Kynan gets that exactly right. Rank in home runs hit, we finished 1st. Z-Hawk is closest there with a 2nd place guess. And Z-Hawk and the Holler are the first two to get 2 questions right. Rank in ERA, and that was also 1st. Z-Hawk closest with the 6th. Oh, you're right. Foxhill also had 12. You're right. My apologies. All right, so after that question, Seahawks has 3. The Holler and Fox Hill, after that correction, thank you everyone in chat, both have 2. Psycho Ducko, enticed to make a first-time chat to help make sure Fox Hill gets credit. Nicely done, Psycho Ducko. Oh yeah, I did say that, Richard, but I decided not to do that. I'm not gonna. There's just too many different kinds of questions for that. I'm just gonna. I'm just gonna keep asking Nicolino for forgiveness. Okay, strikeouts thrown. 25th. We were very bad in this, Gary. 25th. That means everyone with a 16 here gets these right. Andy from Sheffield and the Holler. I think we're the closest to 25th. Holfin overshot it a little. So I think the Holler and Andy from Sheffield were a little closer. But great efforts by Holofant for sure. And by the way, Reb Jr. would have gotten that right. So it's worth noting that as well. Defensive efficiency, we were 1st, which Reb Jr. got But with Rev Jr. out of the running, it is Late to Hate gets into the game. Gets that one closest. Very nicely done. Okay, the lowest batting average on this team with at least 300 plate appearances. We're going to go lowest first. Miguel Gonzalez had 610 plate appearances, hit 190. 190. And check this out. Kynan with a 188 guess. That's got to be the closest, right? 188? Yeah. Amazing guess, Kynan. Amazing guess. All right. Highest batting average with at least 300 plate appearances. That would be Velasquez with a 344. Another amazing guess, Z-Hawk with a 346 guess. That also means Z-Hawk now has 4 correct answers. Trailed by the Holler with 3, and then a few folks with 2. Lowest OPS on this team. Again, 300 minimum plate appearances. Lowest OPS, again Gonzalez with a 628. 628. Smiley Face Jane, 636 is the closest. Very nice guess. All right, the highest OPS was 952. Ooh, Late to Hate with a 956. Amazing guess there, Late to Hate. Very nice. All right, highest strikeout percentage. This is a fun one we had. You have to go to batting stats 2 for this. Jordan Martinez did not have enough plate appearances for his 42.8. So 35.6 by Lancaster. Oh, check it out. Z-Hawk with a 32. The Holler with a 32.1. The 32.1 takes it. Wow. The Holler, that decimal. That also gives the Holler 4 and Z-Hawk 4. That 0.1 was huge. All right. The highest ERA. The highest ERA with at least 100 innings pitched. Rosendahl with a 4.68. Oh, Smiley Face Jane with a poor 4.69. The meme guess pays off. Holy cow, the meme guess. Nicely done. All right, lowest ERA with at least 100 innings pitched. There's a bunch of relievers that didn't have enough innings, so we go up to Sikeros with a 3.05. 3.05. I think it's Kynan with a 3.11. Yeah, 0.06 away. Oh, well, did someone guess 3? Oh, yeah, Andy from Sheffield gets 3. Yep, thank you, Pink Fuzz. Again, I trick people into chatting for the first time by messing up my math. Thank you, Pink Fuzz. But that is correct. Andy from Sheffield is 0.01 closer. All right. The highest whip. The highest whip.
with at least 100 innings pitched. And again, it is Nick Rosendahl with a 1.36. 1.36. I believe it's Smiley Face Jane again with the meme guess of 1.269. 0.091 away. 0.091 away. This is 0.15 away. Yeah, I think it's Smiley Face Jane. Smiley Face Jane now has 4 correct answers. So Kynan with 2, Foxhill with 2, Smiley Face Jane with 4, Late Tate with 2, Tommy All I Do Is Win with 1, Z-Hawk with 4, The Holler with 4, and Andy from Sheffield with 2. So Smiley Face Jane, Z-Hawk, and The Holler in the driver's seat with 4 each. But the people with 2 can still catch up and tie if they get the last 2 right and none of the front runners get any right. Lowest whip with 100 innings pitched. Sakaros with a 1.05. 1.05. Wait a second. Did the meme answer get 1.01 closer than Late to Hate? Oh my goodness. You thought 0.1 was close. This is 0.01001 closer. The meme guess. Holy cow. The meme guess paying off for Smiley Face Jane again. But this one made the difference. 0.001 difference. Holy cow. That, yes, it's a very nice guess. Alright, Smiley Face Jane with 5. What is the highest home runs per 9 of a pitcher with at least 100? So this is the worst home runs per 9. 1.9. 1.9 is the answer. The Holler with a 1.8. The Holler is the closest to a 1.8. So that's 5 for Smiley Face Jane, 5 for the Holler. So you split the prizes, you'll get 5 packs each. That was a heck of a contest there. Oh, that's right. I forgot that Rev Jr. exists. Rev Jr. has won first place. So you guys tie for second. I keep forgetting that. Oh, Rev Jr., I am sorry. I keep forgetting that you exist. It's this gray. You know what I need to do? I need to color this the bright green of the winner. So I don't forget that. That it's a little, it's bad, but it's funny. Oh man. All right, so what I've said I do when we have ties like this is I'm gonna beg Nicolino's forgiveness and try to get you guys 3 packs each. Because I don't know a really fair way to break this tie. Because I thought the exact guesses would be good, but then I realized, like, these MLB rank ones are easier to get exactly right than these, multiple decimal point ones. And so it didn't feel like a very satisfying tiebreaker. But I will deal with begging Nicolino for forgiveness and get you guys your 3 packs each for second place. Man, I was so psyched because I was like, all right, we have first and second place. I don't have to ask Nicolino for forgiveness. And then Rev Jr. reminded me Rev Jr. had already won first place. Oh man, I really apologize for that, but it is pretty funny. Okay. And Nicolino is back from vacation, I believe. So I'm gonna be sending a bunch of pack giveaway results to him that have been piling up. So I do appreciate everyone's patience in getting those packs. I just hope this was the better way to go, and that he's not like, I just got back in the office and you're like sending me this pile of pack giveaway redemptions. Yeah, Rev Junior, I can't imagine this happening more than once. Can you? That I forget that you exist after winning? There's no way it can happen more than once. That would be ridiculous. All right. Well, that was a pretty fun sim, and I think the pack giveaway was even more fun, even if it was because of my own my own ineptitude. Oh man, that was pretty good. So the reason it's funny is because I did the same exact thing yesterday, where Rev Junior won. So I grayed out Rev Junior's answers. I can even show you here. I'll pull it up here. Here's today's, right? I grayed out Rev Junior's answers. So I didn't want to highlight any of them yellow and give him like one of these point, or take away a point from someone else. But then I ended up forgetting he was there. Well, here's yesterday's form where I did the same exact thing. I grayed him out and then I forgot he existed. And I tried to give first place to Smiley Face Jane. All right. So the joke was I did it 2 days in a row. Oh man. All right. All right. Let's find someone to raid into. Preference would be to someone playing OOTP. So let me take a look for that. Um, oh, Italics is playing again. So I rated y'all into Italics yesterday. How was that? Because he was wrapping up, and I didn't realize that. Yeah, and he's an hour 11 and a half, so I'm guessing he's going to be wrapping up pretty soon. And Ophi's an hour 2. 2 hours and 10 minutes. So Ophi might be wrapping up soon, too. Let's see. Is John Lee live? It's. I can't tell if he's live or not. If we ever do raid into John Lee, his stream is really fun. If he's playing music, but it also looks like he's playing chess today instead of playing music. Let's see. The sand experiment lady. That was pretty cool. She does sand art on a light table. But she's also an hour 4. Okay, let me ask Ophi how much longer she's going to be on. Okay, 45 minutes of Ophi I feel like is probably worth a raid.
if Baffle or one of our other OTP community members who were streaming like another game, I would raid into them. But since no one's streaming OTP, none of our OTP community members are streaming anything else, and none of my music streamers are streaming, we will go to our one of our favorite streamers, Ophi and Stitch. I really like hanging out in her stream while I do drafts and stuff at the end of the night. And also because Smiley Face Jane is not streaming tonight. We will raid in Ophi. The other favorite destination, and they're not even on right now. Usually they're on but doing a replay. But Midnight Sumo. When there's a live sumo tournament, I always try to raid into Midnight Sumo. He's a Canadian streamer who does English language commentary for Japanese sumo tournaments. And it's super fun, but they're not on right now, and there's no live sumo tournament for a while. So we'll raid an Ophi tonight. And I am on again tomorrow night, and then I'm off on Wednesday. So hope to see you tomorrow night. And maybe we'll jump up to legend level just to see what that looks like, to see if we really do need to do good and star. But this experiment did feel like the batters at average level are generating better than they did in OTP25, and the pitchers seem to feel like they're about the same. But that would explain why we did better, even though it's in the range of RNG. But I hope to see you tomorrow night, and hope you guys had fun tonight.